catching a reflection in the mirror of something standing in the corner of my room, watching me, observing me. Is it my imagination or insanity? A strange hum, a flash of light. I'm overcome, nothing but fright. Otherworldly beings taking me in the night. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Looking at my hand, there's something there. Inside of me, I'm feeling oh so scared. Confusion and nasty fear. It wasn't just a nightmare. So loud, so bright, hypnotizing me figures lost in time. I'm tortured, surrounding me tonight. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Where are they taking me? I'm swelling in me. Where are they taking me? Anxiety rising. Was it just in my head? Paralyzing panic. Was it just in my head? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Who's holding my hand in the darkness? Seeing ghosts down the hallway. There's a presence, bedroom shadows, cloaked and haunting me. Cold hand touching me. Fear overwhelming me. Tapping at my window. I can't bear to open my eyes. A breath on my neck. Floating apparitions everywhere.
All right, folks. How's everybody doing this Saturday? How's it going? It's just another day to me here with another. Let's see what we got. Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Hey, hey.
Everybody hear me? Just right. Uh, Jordan, you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, bud.
Okay, just checking, making sure. So, Chris James, do you know Christopher Jordan?
No, I don't.
No, you do not. Okay.
Hey.
Jordan, I met Chris James at the UFO conference year before last. And Rob, you're back from last week. And I'm glad to have you back, Rob. It was awesome having you. Um, this is something that I'm looking forward to all week long. I mean, not that I'm not looking forward to my other shows. I am. I enjoy the other shows, but this is the one that kind of ties it all together for me. It makes it like important. It's important to me. And having you on last week was big, Rob. And James, thank you for coming back every week. I appreciate it. And Jordan, you and I have been friends for a while, and you've been on the show, and I've been on your show.
Yep.
And I wanted you to come on, but you were very busy. And I know you and Ann had a big shindig down in San Antonio.
Oh, super
Recently.
fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo.
I heard it was just a big bunch of fun down there.
I did 120 hours in 6 days.
Wow. Yeah. That's
Holy cow.
a lot of work there, dude.
A little bit.
Yeah. So it wasn't even very fun, right? From what I heard, it was just very.
It was a bunch of transplant doctors. I will say that, like my corporate stuff, I do get to at least sit in the background of things and hear some cool stuff. You know, hear new sciences, things like that. Like there's a hepatitis delta. Watch out for that.
Oh my gosh!
That's
what we needed was the deep. Yeah, because you have to have the delta in every type of whatever.
Three, the first three weren't enough. They weren't the gift that kept on giving enough. So yeah.
So now you find. So you get to find out about the cutting edge.
This is why I talk about UFOs and things like that and other things throughout the week, because man, work sometimes is a little overbearing.
Adulting can be very
it can be rough.
Yeah.
That's why I refuse to do it.
That's right.
Just don't grow up.
I gave my adult card back. I said, no, I'm going back to being 12.
I think we all wish we could do it. I think, Rob, and not to put you on the spot, but are you our age? I don't know if you're the same age as me and Christopher, the same age.
I'm 42, about to be 43. So
okay. I think once you get past like 35, it really doesn't matter. You're just that's it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're out there and you're, hitting the grind daily, and then we come and do this stuff, which we love. So it's like it's a 24-hour cycle that just keeps going and going and going. And sometimes it gets to be just crazy, work, scheduling, but we love this. So that's what we do. We're here for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see if I can get the comments on here. See what we got. Anything good? We got 113 in the chat. I'd like to get a little more before we really get started because I don't allow for rewind. The reason being, folks, and you know this, is because the people will leave comments and they'll be like an hour behind and they'll be like talking about something that's already happened. And then people get aggravated and they're like, what are you talking about, stupid? That already, and then it leads to arguments. And so we don't rewind.
Rob, last week you were saying how cats were attracted to your voice.
Yeah.
By the end of the show, I had 5 cats sitting on my desk and one sitting on the filing cabinet 2 feet away.
That's wild. I did a presentation about cats, and the resonance of their purr is actually a healing modality, like a frequency. But there's something that, just like the ancient Egyptians used to look at specific cats as these beholders of like a link to it's hard to say that they revered them in a couple of different ways, but one way was that they were like a straight connection to the god, and when you treated the cat well, the gods favored you. And I went through a whole history, and there was a lot of ancient cultures that revered the cat. The African Bushmen did, because they have cats so big that they could take you out in a millisecond. and they were around the the lions, and not tigers. Tigers more east, but they were around tigers, and the tigers were such an embodiment of what their warrior spirit was that they thought that the gods would come down and embody the tigers and basically place judgment in some of their cultures, which is crazy. But the cat is there are people who can talk to animals, and I've seen horses that were able to pinpoint specific spots on people's bodies where they had deficiencies or disease. I actually interviewed a lady who runs a farm like that in Austria, and her horses they'll lay you on a table in a field, and the horses will come and sniff out certain parts of your body, just like they talk about dogs too. Dogs can sense when you're having issues medically. But cats also do that, and the cat has the ability to heal it on top of it. So it's a really wild thing. But people actually, when they're in meditation, can speak to these animals, and it's sort of a give and take. Now, some people, there's always people who kind of BS their way through it, but there's certain people who can talk to those animals. And I've always had a way with cats. It's crazy that you can slow blink a cat to tell it that you're a friendly and not some sort of adversary. And where I live, we used to have cats that used to come and go, and every one of them would come up to me, and some of them hated people. I'd sit with them and kind of break down the barrier. But cats are, there's an affinity with me and cats, that's for sure.
I know Art Bell had several, and he would keep them out of his studio because they ate the wires one night. And you could hear this humming sound through the show, and it was driving him nuts. Well, then when he retired the first time, he was replaced by a guy named Mike Siegel, and his cat laid right next to the microphone. And you could hear it purring, you could hear it breathing, and he didn't care. He's like, I'm doing the show. But the cat...
Okay, so...
Yeah.
So I guess we can rewind tonight because StreamYard is a different animal. So I only use StreamYard once a week, and that's for this show here. What you were saying about cats is very interesting, guys, because I have 3, and I have 4 dogs. Well, we as a family, we have 4 dogs, and we have 3 cats and a pig, and they all play together. And we have a lot of other animals too, but they don't all play at the same time because the other ones have to be caged to a certain degree. We try to let them out as much as possible. The guinea pigs don't do anything though; they just sit there. They don't go anywhere. But we have 2 cats, one in particular who will go to the guinea pigs, and he's real gentle with them, and he'll just pet them. He will literally pet them. I'm not joking. It's crazy, man. And we have 2 birds, and when we first got Leonidas, which is Tony's bird, it's a cockatoo. Like he ended up a cockatiel, whatever. He ended up getting out of the cage, and he couldn't fly. He was real young, and he fell on the ground. And you would have thought he'd be instant meal. We come home, and he was unhurt, unmolested. The cats did not touch him. The dogs didn't touch him. He was just hopping around on the floor, and we were like, dodged a bullet on that one. It turns out our cats are very cool, and our cats, we have 2 big rabbits. We let them out, and they'll play with the cats. Most of the time, the cats will just stare at them, but the dogs will go up and play with them. But if I'm in my study, especially if I'm working on something and I'm very busy, they have to be in there trying to get on top of me. All of the animals. But the cats, one of them in particular, the biggest one, he tries to get on my chest and climb up into my face. And I'm like, dude, please. And then he'll mess with the computer. Mm-hmm. And one of them's very smart. Like he's the reason they get into my study, because if I don't lock the door, he knows how to open it. We have like these elongated handles, and he knows how to go up and knock them down. My black cat, Martis. And then all the animals just come running into my study. But I love them. I mean, I love them.
I don't understand people that don't have pets. They're, I don't know, psychotic or something.
Well, some people and even like the busiest people I know, people who travel all the time, like one of our friends, Ken Gerhardt, yep. Like he has a cat named Spooky. And he's had that cat for as long as I've known him, and he has a pet frog. So even nice. Ken, who's always on the road traveling, he has pets. I think people who don't like animals, that's a red flag. That's kind of something you got to be careful for, man. A friend of mine's dad was like that. He did not like animals at all. And he was an avid hunter too. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with hunting. I've hunted and I've bagged 2 bucks in my life, both when I was really, really young. You know, and it's just not something I really enjoyed. It's just not, I didn't really enjoy the taking of the life. And so I actually, on that point, I'm not a vegetarian. Obviously, look at me. I'm not a vegetarian, but I don't eat much beef because I was raised around cattle. And so I developed bonds with some of them, and I just felt horrible knowing their fate or knowing, you know, and so it's something I have a hard time with that. You know, I've never bonded with turkeys or chickens, so I guess I just don't have as hard of a time eating bird. But I try not to eat. I don't eat any pork, and I barely eat beef if I can help it. And it's really just a choice because I don't like the sentience of life, taking life. Now, here's how we'll get into today's show, because I had someone, she messages me, right? Her name is, she said that she wanted to say her name. I don't usually like that because that could mean that they're just saying a bunch of crap, you know. Marissa Hawks. Hoax. How do you say it? I don't know how you say it. Hawks, hoax, whatever. Marissa tells me that she is a vegetarian, and she sent me a message, and it was a long message, and I usually don't, like I said, I don't entertain somebody complaining or whatever. But one of the things that she said, as a vegetarian, she's like, I've heard you mention the animals being killed by certain, you know, creatures, and of course we know with the alien phenomena that there have been cattle mutilations and things like that. And she goes, but she says, I feel, and this is a feeling. Okay. She says, I feel that people who eat beef are no better than the aliens that decimate their corpses and blah, 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 blah. So she's saying that. And so this is what I told her. She says, how do you judge what animals should be killed and eaten and what animals should not? How do you put life in? So I told her this.
Deliciousness.
How does it look on a plate? Now, here, seriously, though, this is what I told her. I told her this, and I was a little bit snarky about it, but I said, do you know what that smell is after grass is cut? And she answered back, no. Why does that matter? Of course, she was, you know. And I said, well, that's actually the trauma that's been inflicted upon the grass, you know. And then I explained to her a little bit of the science behind it, and she was like, what does that matter? And I said, so you eat vegetables. Do you understand the vegetables have and trees, they have a sentience too? And she's like, well, I don't eat trees. I said, well, you eat you eat vegetables. It's the same thing. She goes, so how do you decide? And I said, but I agree with you. There is a difference. There are levels. And so then I conceded and I said, there is a big difference between eating, you know, a handful of mushrooms, you know, asparagus, whatever, and eating a cow. But I told her, I said, you know, plants, you know, and trees have a consciousness that we can't really grasp. But I do believe that there is a big difference between doing that and eating an animal. And I do believe it also ties into the soul and the consciousness and the energy that belongs to each and every living thing. I mean, these, you know, there's so many avenues to explore when it comes to that. What is life? What makes up life? Like, what makes us have a soul? And why is it so important to what appears to be this alien presence that wants that essence of our soul so bad that they want to be here on top of us, taking people out of their bedrooms? I had another abduction scenario that was given to me. It's not real dramatic, but last week I got one from somebody. Her name was, I want to make sure I get her name right. And so I told her I would tell her encounter as we got started, and then we could go from there. Let me make sure I got this right. In Spanish, it would be Angelica. Angelica's story to me, and this happened in Killeen, which is Killeen, Texas, if anybody knows, is the largest military base in North America. And it's located here in Texas. And I believe it's like 60 miles or something from Austin. I might stand corrected on that. But it is known for having UFO activity. There's been a lot of it. And I've talked to many soldiers. In fact, my first co-host was a guy who was on that base for years. And he was a sergeant He was as high as you could go up as an enlisted guy. He was 16 years in the military. He passed away because of the virus that took people, and so complications of it anyway. And so she sends me a message. She says, I had reached out to Sal. That was my original co-host. And she says, but he had never gotten back with her. Now, she was married to a guy that was in the military there for 4 years. And she said that prior to that, they were on a different base. Well, when he got out of the Army, and when this happens, people will go into another branch. And it happens a lot. So he joined the Air Force. And she said that they were on Nellis Air Force Base. Now, I'm familiar with that base. I've used to stay in Vegas, and I was on that base 3 or 4 different times. And it's not important why. It's just it's neither here nor there. My sister and my brother-in-law were in the Air Force, so I spent some time on the base. And I ended up getting a security job, which involved being sent somewhere else that was close by. And so I had to interact with MPs, SPs, blah, blah, blah. Here's what I'm going to tell you. She said that when she was living, and it started when she was in Killeen, she was 27 years old, and it was her husband's last year there. And then she got abducted. Now, she doesn't remember the details of it, and she doesn't know how or why. But she was driving down the highway that goes between, I can't believe I don't have the highway written down right in front of me. I don't memorize, but maybe Anthony, if you're listening, you could look it up for me. It's the highway that goes between there and Georgetown, between Georgetown and Killeen. And then when you get on that road from that highway, I've driven down it 100 times. I just can't remember the name of it. And then you get on 35 and you're straight shot into Austin. And Jordan, you live in this area. You might be able to remember that. But she said that she was driving along with their youngest son, who was 16 at the time, or was 6 at the time, sorry. He was 6 years old. And she said that when they encountered what looked like a white ball of light that just kind of came down really fast, and she thought it was a shooting star until it got right. I-95. There you go. I-95. 195. So on 195, and she said it was late at night. It was like 1 a.m, and she said there wasn't a lot of traffic. It was like a Tuesday night, and this thing, they were heading into Austin, and where her mother lived at the time. And she said that this ball of light came down, had blue, sort of like blue shocks in it, and drove into it, and then that was it. The next thing you know, it's daylight, and they're at their house. And as they went through their day, which often happens, they started to remember, hey, last night was very unusual. Her son was asleep, and he just wanted to sleep all day. And her husband, who had been working overnight, he came in right before she did. So he was aggravated with her. And he told her, why are you just now coming home? What's going on? Where were you at with my kid? And she's like, when she tried to explain to him what happened, this is where it gets kind of weird. He goes, oh, and this leaves it alone and doesn't even bring it up again. So after that, she ended up getting a visit from someone that she only described as a pillar of light. When this being, or whatever it was, took her from her bed, she could look back and see her body laying there. Now, I believe we talked about that before, gentlemen. Being abducted out of your body, not just getting being abducted and you're in your body. That's weird enough, but then being taken out of your bed by this being of light, the light being a whitish, bluish light. And now she said that it felt very pleasant. It was not, she didn't feel suffocated. She didn't feel overwhelmed. She didn't feel anything, any sort of panic or anxiety. And this happened 2 more times after that first, and the time that it came into her room. Never remembered anything until the 3rd and final time, and she did not know at the time it would be the 3rd and final time. She was in the carport of her house, going to her car, and it was right after work. She was getting ready to go to the grocery store, to the HEB. That's what we have here in Central Texas, and this thing appeared behind her car, going through the car, and then she went out of her body again. This time, she remembers a conversation with these beings saying that they were done and that would be the last time that she would be harassed by them, but that she would be physically abducted by another group of beings that they had nothing to do with and had no control over. And she was disturbed by that. And she said, is there any way that I can stop them? Because she doesn't want that to happen. Who wants their privacy violated? She seemed to be okay with these light beings, but not okay with whatever this thing was telling her was going to happen. When she began to question deeper, these beings had given her a little bit, which she don't remember most of it, but she remembers talking about consciousness. And that's what these beings were doing, was testing her consciousness. And it brought me to that conclusion about the different levels of consciousness. I believe that intelligence is directly linked to your level of sentience, your level of consciousness. I believe that that's the case. And I think that some animals are on a much higher plane, a much higher level. Like today I was reading about a Greenland shark. And this thing's supposedly almost 400 years old. So it was born in like the 1600s. And then people were making jokes in the comment section. Well, they asked it its age. How old do they know it? Did it live this old? And blah, 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 blah. Well, that's people who really don't understand science. And the reason is you can tell they don't read. They don't understand how we come to these conclusions. It's not somebody just going, I think that shark looks old. Look, if he had a white beard on that thing, he's about 300. That's not how it works. They actually do science that determine these things. And then there's people who still do not believe that. They're like, nah, it's impossible. They can't tell how old that shark is. What's his name? Does he have a name? His name Howie? No, that's not how it works. But I was thinking about it. Even with 400 years, you can look at that shark and it doesn't look like it's really that sentient. Like, does it know what it is? Does it have any kind of feeling or thought of what I am? What is my place in the universe? And how many sharks would actually bother to think about something like that? When I was deep sea fishing, I caught a shark, a small one. And I felt bad in a way. But then again, I don't feel bad eating fish, whereas I do feel bad eating meat. And do these beings, especially a being made of pure light, does it look at us as we would look at a rat or some kind of, something that you do an experiment on? Does it care? Does it think that our consciousness is worth that of what we feel that a cow's is? And would they eat us if they could, just like we would eat a cow? And then that goes back to, what I was told, from the other girl that, you're eating meat. It's bad. You shouldn't do this. And it's no better than these aliens that do what they do to us because they don't care. We're just like walking steaks. And thoughts on that? I'll start with you, Christopher, because you're the guest from.
Well, I kind of look at it as we tend to want to anthropomorphize just about everything. Be it why the gorilla at the zoo picks up the stick. Whenever you're observing a gorilla, you probably have some idea of why he picked it up. You are utterly putting that idea in there and on the situation and on the gorilla. We kind of tend to do the same thing with alien life, assuming the fact that, well, an alien being that can travel across the universe would absolutely be more enlightened than us. No, not necessarily the case. That was quite obviously the argument that Stephen Hawking made regularly, is we should probably stop giving out our address to everybody in the universe, like giving them a direct map on how to get here. Because we're assuming the fact that all these things would have good intention. Anybody that could travel interstellarly in such a way would probably be able to annihilate us in a heartbeat. Now, granted, most of the work that's done out there, whenever it comes to experiencers, things like the ERT with MUFON, that kind of stuff, most people do get a peaceful message. They do get a message of, we want to make sure that you aren't doing what you've done to yourself in the past before with the destruction of humanity, things like that. But there's rarely a warning of another species. There's rarely a warning or a caveat as to what to do to stop things, how to reverse any situation. And that is one of the many reasons why they've raised the question, is what we're seeing from another planet to begin with, or is it possibly from an adjunct timeline or from a future timeline and actually us? Because it seems like most of the time whenever they are asking questions, it's almost like they are trying to reverse a process that has happened that was beyond their control. So, yeah.
You know, there's a thing. I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you guys do, but the audience probably they may or may not. They probably want to know about it. The Kardashev scale. I know you guys have heard of that, right?
Sure.
And where we're at on that scale is a 0. we are so now.
Yeah.
I don't believe that that's the case. I believe that we are probably way further advanced than that. But that is not allowed for the proletariat, for us, the working people. We're not allowed to know what in the hell they got going on, what kind of death rays that Ming has going on. We don't know. You know what I mean? I mean, we don't. I mean, you know, all we know is that. So when you look at where we're at basically a 0, and I was listening to Michio Kaku, if anybody knows who that, the Japanese scientist, I was listening to him talk the other day. He was on Rogan's show, and I was sitting there listening, and I was saying what he was going to say before when Joe would ask him a question. I was sitting there, and I was like, dude, I already know what he's going to say. I know. You know, when you look at all these different scientists, like Kozyrev, you look at Max Planck, look at, and I don't include Einstein, and maybe Oppenheimer. I mean, you have these brilliant minds, these people who were so amazing. Tesla. I think Nikola Kozyrev is very underrated. I mean, because of the Kozyrev mirror, I think it was a very amazing thing he did. But if you put these guys into a room and gave them time, they could take us out of a 0 civilization and into a 1, maybe even a 2. I mean, pretty quickly too. I think that it's just a matter of, like, you know, how smart you are. And if you look at the people who have been abducted, and I've only gotten a handful of the abductee cases from the light beings. I have 4 of my files of abductees. And since I've really started talking about it and dealing with it and doing it, I used to get them sporadically, but the more I talked about it, of course, the more I talk about anything, the more I get stories about it. I got more and more people coming out and saying, hey, and I've had them on the show and everything else. They're abductees. Barton and I interviewed a whole bunch of them, which we thought were Bigfoot experiencers, and really they were alien abductees and Bigfoot experiencers, which both groups are like, no, that can't work. But that's what we found. That is absolutely what we found. And we interviewed these people, and they were on the show. One of them was on a TV show for years. And so when we talk to these people, you start to kind of get a grasp. You're like, whoa, this is a weird phenomenon. Now I'm going to say this, and it's not to be offensive to anyone, but I've noticed that the light beings in particular tend to go after people who have a higher level of consciousness. Now, when I asked Angela or Angelica, I told her, I said, she was talking about having a degree. And I said, what was? She said, biochemistry. But she ended up being a stay-at-home mom and wasn't using it. Her IQ was like 152. So, and I'm saying, like, my IQ is up there. It's, I know Jordan, Rocks, Yox, y'all are all very smart guys. I've had lots of conversations with all of you. You're very intelligent people, or you wouldn't be on this panel. Okay. So I would dare to say ours is pushing it, right? So this woman, though, I went back and I looked at, there was another file I had, and this guy's name was Philip. I'll call him Philip H. Philip had a very similar thing. His IQ was like 159, and he was abducted out of his body by beings of light, pillars of light, if you will. And then even a third one, I found a third one, and her name is Lucy. And so once again, her IQ was like 149. It was very high. These people were very up there. Whereas some of the abductees that I've dealt with, I decided to ask them, hey, you know, like, what did you study in school? You know, you have to ask all these questions because there are people who like to lie. Just call it what it is. And for whatever reason, even if they're not getting anything out of it, they will absolutely just BS you. And so I would ask questions about their background, and anybody who's ever talked to me knows I do that. I'll ask about your background and just ask random questions because I need to get a feel for what I'm dealing with. And, it seemed like no one that was being abducted by these beings of light and being removed from the body to be studied, I guess consciousness being studied by them, had an IQ that dipped below 145. Like I said, 4 people, 145, 149, I believe 159 and 160. So you're looking at very, very smart people, very intelligent people. So what do you like make of that? And then of course I did this entire, I looked into the IQs of different people who were being abducted by a certain species and then another species. On those, I couldn't get a random, like with the mantis, I could not get any sort of random. Some of these people I had to like actually tell them, hey, do you think you could take an IQ test? And I really did ask that. And a couple of people were like, hey, it's online. It's not hard. There's a few different ones you can take. There's one that I'm partial to because I score higher on it. You shouldn't do that. But, who doesn't, right? But I said, look, go and look at these and let's see what you got, right? And a few people obliged me and I could not find a pattern. I couldn't find a pattern when it came to the grays, which I still believe are biological robots, mercenaries, if you will. And then I couldn't find a real pattern from I didn't get all of their IQs. A lot of people didn't know their IQ, but like getting I have a degree in molecular biology. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. Nobody that was from MIT or anything like that, but I did talk to some people who had professional jobs, and you knew they were very, very intelligent by talking to them. So there wasn't any real pattern that I could find from the reptilian encounters or anything else, or even the blondes. It was just typically this particular species, whatever they are, they're looking for higher level people. Now, here's what I found, and I want to ask this question too. When you went further in with these people and you checked back with them, which I did with 2 of those people, and just recently with one of them, with Angelica in particular, I said, can you do me a favor and take an IQ test? That's where we found. And she says, I hadn't taken one in 10 years. She did take one though. And she said, my IQ's gone up by about 12 points. That's, in a decade, you learn more. And it's also your capacity to learn. So, but she says she feels way more smarter, way more enlightened, way more everything. I mean, she feels healthier. Everything you can imagine has gotten better since she had her encounters with these beings of light. When she ended up going to Nevada, she began to be abducted by the quintessential grays. And of course, it was not, they're not always the same. They were taking her to these taller gray looking beings who looked a little bit different because the little grays are basically their little clones, like what the Anunnaki did to us. And so when she began to interact with them, she could communicate with them very well telepathically. They couldn't hide thoughts from her. And so she came up with the idea that maybe these light beings gave her that ability. And I also think that it has to be something that they foresaw, like as in maybe they can move through space and time. It's not linear for them. I don't know. And so they were giving her the heads up like, hey, you're going to have to encounter these beings. They're not necessarily nice, and they weren't. So I don't know what your thoughts are, Rob. I mean, like I can ask you since, you're the next on the list there. What do you think of all this?
I've got a couple of different conclusions here. First, if we would have looked at this encounter in antiquity, we would have called it angelic. Anytime a light being comes to somebody, it's angelic. Now, these particular light beings, while they were interacting with her consciousness, they were, I don't want to say upgrading, but they were unlocking certain aspects of her, knowing that the secondary race was going to come and talk to her. The reason that the secondary race was coming for her was because of her IQ. They are harvesting DNA because they are a lineage of people who are no longer able to procreate. So if they're going to use cloning, the best genetic material would be somebody with a higher IQ because it'll integrate into their society and maintain their elevated technological advancement if they could understand how the universe works a little bit easier too. But I believe that the unlocking of that ability for her was a way to safeguard her during a second abduction. So to do that, it was probably a process, which is why this light being came 3 or 4 times. Because if they opened it all up at one point, she probably would have went insane. So what they did was they incrementally exposed her to first contact, so she was able to collect herself and be more cognizant. And I'll almost guarantee that now, after the Greys have contacted her and have abducted her, that the light being will come back one more time to ask about that encounter with the Greys, because this was almost like a setup for her to go into that facility, take down information which is probably imprinted on her subconscious and her consciousness, and bring it back to the light beings for their collective of information too. So there's something that is being hidden from her in the relationship between the light beings and the Greys themselves. So that this is just what I'm seeing off the top of my head, and I think that they gave her that ability to safeguard her so she could read the thoughts of the Greys themselves, so they can't do things to her that she doesn't want done, because she'll hear it or she'll feel it in advancement to this connection. But they also ultimately they're going to try and take her DNA, the Greys, because that's what they do, and that's part of the cattle mutilation as well. So that's what I'm hearing when you talk about this encounter.
Yeah. So you think that they were doing what they do, being biological robotic humanoids, basically, and doing something for the bidding of a higher being.
For sure.
I noticed them working, like I covered a case on my show. It was of one particular woman, but her sister was involved too. And it almost mirrored something that was given to me years ago in like 2020 when I was working as a security for a computer company. They were like, there was a guy that worked there. He was really strict. And I hired Scorpion, who's one of my friends, and I don't know if he's in chat, but he told this lady who was his number two before I took over the position, he told her that I had seen a werewolf. Now you got to understand, this is a startup company, and they are like, it's security for a computer company, and they don't need a crackpot guy wacko seeing werewolves and ghosts and stuff. And then he went on to tell her, yeah, and our house is haunted, because he was renting a room with me at that time. We were roommates. And I didn't know everything that was going on in his room or whatever, but he's like, yeah, me and my girlfriend saw this and saw that. And I was like, oh my God. So I had to figure out a way to talk to this lady. And so I went up to her and I kind of knocked on the table. She was always playing solitaire, and she would just kind of do this thing where she looked up. She was really antisocial. And I was like, hey, can I talk to you for a second? And I was like, I'm kind of new, but I had already gotten a rank, which was like, I guess their version, which was like, it was called E2, which is like their sort of wannabe military rank, whatever. Anyway, I was like, yeah, I'm a level 2, whatever, E2, whatever. And she was like, okay. And she's like, I said, I'm new here. And I got my friend a job, and he talks a lot of weird stuff. And so I was trying to figure out a way to tell this woman that I'm not crazy. And I don't know why he opened his big mouth and told you that, because this other guy told me. He was like, Tyrus, my friend, he came to me and he says, dude, yo, your friend, dog, he's talking stupid, crazy stuff to that lady. And I don't know what, And I was in the gym. This place was nice. They had a gym. And I don't know if you were here back in those days, Christopher, in the early 2000s, when all the computer startup companies were everywhere. It was
Yep.
Vignette. It was one of them, And so I did security for a couple of them, and they had like arcade games and all kinds of stuff, and they were spending like crazy. And it was unbelievable. They had catered food every week, and then 3 days a week. And then they had all these people walking around in flip-flops, and it was Silicon Valley all over again, right? And so I was in the gym when he told me this, and I was like, crap. And I was in there with my friend Daryl, who worked there. And so he was laughing. He's like, man, your boy just, made you look stupid. And they didn't even know what was going on. Like I had not told people this. I'm not at work telling people this. So I talked to her, and it was the overnight shift, and luckily I was on a double. And I said, hey, you know, I said, my friend said some really weird things, and she's like, oh, about your werewolf. She immediately like went there, and I said, yes, the werewolf. And then I was gonna tell her, you know, that was just a big joke, haha, funny. Please don't fire me. I was making like $18 an hour. This is in 2000, right? So $18 an hour in 2000. So didn't want to get fired. I was very aggravated, and I said, I was like, you know, he likes to. And she goes, it was an alien. Like just point blank told, and I've said this on the show before, and I said,
your jaw dropped first.
Yeah, I was like, well, what? And then she's like, then she took the cards and she just kind of like started messing with them. She was, you know how to play gin rummy? And I said, sure, yeah, I play cards all the time. And so I played with her, you know, we were sitting there talking, and she began to tell me about her abduction scenario, starting when she was a child. And going on and on and on about it. And Scorpio became a witness to that too. Him and a couple of the guys I worked with, she talked openly and freely about it. Nice. And then eventually she ended up leaving. And, you know, she was about the age of retirement. I think she was almost 62 or 63, something like that. She didn't look her age for sure, but she was like, you know, I'm stepping down. And so I ended up taking over her position. And then ultimately the guy that was my superior ended up having I don't know what the heck happened with him. He had like a breakdown and just quit in the middle of his shift and was like, I'm out of here, and threw stuff everywhere. And they're very just matter of fact. They're just like, you're in charge now, Admiral, you know?
Okay.
I'm like, okay, don't screw it up. All right. So
yeah.
But I saw how much pressure they put on you. So after about, you know, 5-6 months of their crap, I was like, I don't care. At that point, I was making like 21 an hour or something. I didn't even give a crap. I quit and took a huge pay cut because they were nuts. And it was like they wanted you to stop psychic spies from China. You know what I mean? Like, how am I supposed to do this? You know, I'm like, you're in there paranoid, you know? And so, you know, it was a problem with the job. But point being, the lady gave me this, and she believed, because she had been abducted for a big chunk of her life, she said that werewolf was an alien. And I said, what makes you so sure of that? She's like, I've seen it. She's like, I've seen like 5 different kinds of aliens on crafts. And of course, it started with the little mini grays, and then it ended up becoming the bigger ones. And then she got introduced to the reptilians, 2 different kinds. And then there was another one that she said looked human, but they really weren't humans like we were. But I tend to believe, and this is what I believe, that they are just like us genetically. They're just not from here because we're not really from here. So that's kind of my take on that. And I don't know if you guys believe that or not, but she was like, this is what happened to me. And so she said that she believed that this wolf-like creature was an alien, and all these things are some type of alien. This is what she says she believed, and she believed that Bigfoot and everything else was an alien. And she even took it a step further and said that all the ghosts and things they move out of their body, they're from another density, which I tend to believe in a way. And those are type of alien too. Now, a person who's a staunch Christian or Muslim is going to say a demon or a jinn. No matter what you call it, it's always going to be that. But that's just the catch-all term, just like alien for UFO enthusiasts tend to be a catch-all term. Now, I'll start with you on this one, Chris. What do you think, Chris James? I mean, like...
You know, as far as the higher IQ folks that are abducted, we don't have a very large population in Laredo. We have Texas A&M and we have UT, both in town. But our students don't just come from out of state or out of town. Most of them come from other countries. So we don't have a high IQ population here. Most of the folks that I've talked to about their abduction experiences, higher than minimum wage, but not super up there in the IQ category. So we had one woman who was telling us that she had been abducted on multiple occasions, and the last I heard is she's still missing. Now, we don't know if that was an abduction or she just moved out of town, but It was weird to, the sheriff's department shows up wanting to know what our people knew about her. That was
Wow.
weird. Yeah.
That was when you were with the Border Patrol?
No. This was the Laredo Paranormal Research Society.
Oh.
Yeah. I did them both at the same time, but LPRS was so much more professional.
Wow.
But it's impossible for us as humans to figure out what it is that the aliens are doing, what they're thinking, why they're doing it. It's kind of like looking at a cow out in the field trying to figure out what is that cow thinking. Aliens could be here just to keep an eye on us. They could be here trying to control us, which I tend to think that's more the idea. Back in the original contactees, before they were abductees, Billy Meyer, George Van Tassel, those folks, just about all they talked about was, oh, we've got to get rid of these atomic bombs. We've got to stop all this military production. We have to become one with the universe, that kind of thing. We've got thousands of atomic bombs on this planet today, and we haven't blown ourselves up yet. It gives me the impression that these aliens were more trying to disarm us than to protect us. Like, shoot, these guys got nuclear weapons. They can blow up our flying saucers, something like that. Maybe they realized that our military was working on the death ray, and we don't want that death ray in these humans' hands because then they can protect themselves. Not that the government lets us play with those toys. I don't think I'd want a death ray. I'd wind up shooting the wrong thing, but I do want a BAR, but I can't afford one.
Well, the death ray supposedly belongs to the Darrow from within the earth, the Shaver mystery is to be believed. So, Christopher Jordan, what do you...
Tesla was supposed to have made one.
And
well,
yeah, fair enough. But
he tried selling it. He tried selling it to the U.S. government. The U.S. government said, "Nah, we don't want that." So he sold it to Russia instead.
Yeah,
and supposedly
they took all of his work anyway after he passed.
They have I believe it was a cashed check or something. They're supposed to have it in the archives that is from the Russian government that was supposedly sent to Nikola Tesla shortly after the death ray had come out, but I've never seen the check myself. But
yeah.
So Jordan, can you expound upon all that we had just talked about? I mean,
especially when, again, I've at the conference this last year, Wolf, I discussed the fact that I think that there is actively a distinction between all of these things physically and something else that is using the tropes of our mind as basically a backdoor of access. None of this can happen without consent, in some way, shape, or form. Even whenever you look at the interesting fact of, people refusing their consent once they're inside of a craft, things like that, it's interesting to see how sometimes those instances stop in their life because they are no longer even giving in to the system of fear that is being instilled in them, which makes them a victim and further puts them into a victimized mentality. But the idea that there is something out there, like I'm a firm believer that there is absolutely a large ape-like creature roaming the woods of North America. Now, is it traveling through portals? I don't know. At that point, phenomenologically, you got to either prove a portal or prove Bigfoot first. Now you've got two different problems. But if you're talking about something else that is using the trope of Bigfoot to gain access to you, or to gain access to your actual willingness to have an event or to have an experience, that's a different story. Like you're saying, things along the lines of Jen, stuff like that, where they are perfectly allowed to torture, poke, prod, pretty much do anything but kill you, according to all tradition. So yeah, I think that there is phenomenologically both sides of that coin. That there is an actual physical presence, much like with UFOs, UAPs. There are probably a good 70% of what we see that are anomalous, that are known technologies to somebody, and probably a good 5 to 6% that are fully anomalous, that we have no explanation according to the actual science that we have right now.
Somebody just said in the comments, I agree with the mind wipe, no telling what the hell we've been doing at night. That they actually do wipe your mind. Yeah, that could be something that happens on a spiritual level too. But are we dealing with something
traumatic events
or...
also tend to do that to begin with.
Yeah. Well, the first thing you do is that's how your brain protects you from insanity.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's just it. You know, typically on the show this is when I show the shelves of books from guests, and very few of them start off with a song. They more start off like a Disney movie. Something really horrible happens to somebody, and it's a catalyst for change in their life. But it's rarely the fact of like, oh, I had this paranormal experience and it was absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
You know, there's very few people that are abducted by aliens and it was an absolutely awesome experience. Totally want to go through it again. Can't wait till next Thursday night. Like, they come to a point of understanding in their life, but it's not something that you typically want to just invite on in, you know, because it probably will not be the happy-go-lucky experience that you're thinking about. Even when it comes to astral projection, even when it comes to, you know, afterlife experiences, there's a good grip of people that ain't met by the family dog, and there's no light at the end of the tunnel. There's just void and emptiness, or something other than. So yeah, it's something that we truly do have to think about.
I think that one of the things that people do in this, it always trips me out. I mean, I've been around a lot of different types of people, and there's a lot of different types of, in the fight culture, you deal with people who are very grounded in the physical, because they know that a fist or a foot can hit you in the face and make you go into another dimension. So
yeah,
they're very grounded in the physical. And one of my fight friends, I love him to death. He's a good guy. He coached my nephews for a while, but he made a statement one time. He goes, I want an alien to come down and try to abduct me. I would love to see that. I want that to happen. And he may have been being serious. And he was like, I tried to fight it. And I said, God, man. So people say things like that, or they say, I want to live in a haunted house. We're like, you want to live in a haunted house that's like Disney Mansion, whatever. That's not, you don't want to live in somewhere, places that I've been to.
It's never like Hollywood. Hollywood ruins everything.
Yeah. It's not, you're right. It's horrible. And so when someone makes a statement like that, where they want to see a dog man and go through it and all that, I know automatically that they have no real idea at all what they've never seen one or been through anything serious, or they wouldn't be going out there. Like this shirt, I like Flash Gordon. I'm a fan of Flash Gordon.
Yeah.
And one of the things that Ming says, he says, foolish earthlings hurling your bodies into the void. With no idea of who or what is out there. You know, believe me, if you knew, you know, it's like the H.P. Lovecraftian, that the whole, you know, you're floating on a sea of black, you know, and it's like, thank God you can't see what's below you. Like, you don't know. It's ignorance.
Well, and you know, even here recently, when I talked with Kathleen Martin and had her on, she was one of the progenitors of the experiencer resource team for MUFON, and niece of Betty and Barney Hill. She has had a couple of abduction experiences in her life, things like that. But but to hear her even talk about the fact of these things tend to run in families, even the idea of once you are exposed to it, that the likelihood is that things will happen again, at least in some way, shape, or form. And you kind of have to be prepared for that. So yeah, pretty interesting to hear someone like that talking about not only that, but the spiritual change that comes about in the experiencer.
Mm-hmm.
That could be
Afterwards.
stressful too. I mean,
Absolutely.
when people have good experiences, or if they have a good experience, most of the time they're given information that may not apply at that moment, or they're given something that they can't give to other people readily off the tip of their head, or right out of their mouth when they meet them. They have to keep secrets, and by way of this extraterrestrial, or they're given some insight into something that changes their perception, and adjusting to that or keeping that from others also causes undue stress to the person who's actually involved in it. I know Kathleen too. She's been at a couple of our events, and
Yeah.
she's awesome. And it really makes you think that even the good experiences may not be as great as we expect them to be, or as
Well,
Disney as we think they
yeah,
are.
well, it's the fact of the term I use on the show is ontologic shock. It's the fact of everything that you know to be, everything that you have quantified your existence to be, your relationship with the divine, what have you. All of that is rocked to the core. Everything is different and can never be looked at the same. And it all kind of happens to you in a cork kind of moment where it just happens. And trying to deal with that and process the fact that you've just had an experience. That's a lot. It's a lot. Not everybody can process it. Not everybody can remember full details from it because it's even the fact of people being present at the same situation. My brother and I were brought up by the same single mother in the same household. We both see things through a different filter. There are situations that we both see from a totally different angle because we're just different people and we've had different experiences in life. So yeah, all of those things tend to be a filter through which we process our reality to begin with.
I think not only seeing things from through a different filter and being in the same family is not necessarily just your experiences in this life, but in the past life.
Sure.
I've said that before. I stand by that. I'm a Christian, but I do believe in reincarnation. I've said that many times on my show. I've been attacked for that, but
there is a fantastic study that was just done and put out here in the last year that actively shows epigenetic connection to trauma. So the fact that we are all epigenetic, and this was done mainly with Vietnam vets and their children, and showing the fact that the children of Vietnam vets and POWs actively had the same epigenetic changes inside of them from the trauma that their parents suffered while they were imprisoned.
Taking that a step further, there's another thing I'd like to add to that. I don't know if you guys have heard of this, but there's actually something with our DNA. Like if you are the youngest child, you tend to be a little more because the parents, have had they've gone through all this stuff already in their DNA. For example, people take certain narcotics. If they take certain narcotics, even once their body has flushed it out and is done with it and is done with that garbage, it can genetically alter your DNA. And then you have a child. That child is different than it's going to be, say, its predecessors that you've had 3 or 4 siblings.
Yeah.
And so I've met families of 5, 6, 7. And there's, like I said on the show once, there were these brothers. They were Kurdish. They were very good friends of mine. And the 2 youngest couldn't be more different than the 2 oldest. You would, other than them looking similar, you wouldn't think that these people are even remotely related because they were totally separate. The 2 youngest were very close. The two older ones were very close, and then there was a middle one who was absolutely right in the middle, and he was rotten to the core, and he was nothing like any of his brothers. He was just he was a bad seed all the way around. But he was the one that was doted on because he nearly died when he was a kid from diabetes. Because in third world countries, when you can't get insulin and things like that, I mean, it's bad. And so, you know, there was such a genetic disposition. How do you say it? Like the genetic, there was predisposition. Yeah, they were so different, and it was so, you know, it was mind blowing. I mean, I thought about that, but then you take like my brother and his son, okay, and he was not raised with my brother. We didn't get him until he was 14, and it took a lot of work on my part to get him, you know. But my brother and him he didn't meet his son until his son was almost 9. I think it was 9. And those two couldn't be more alike, and they can't stand it. They hate it when I point out their similarities. I'm not like those. Like, you are exactly like that. They're so much alike. The genetics is so powerful, so strong. And you wonder, like, what would make the youngest child be so much different than the oldest child after the parents have done all this partying and going on and doing whatever. You figured they get that out of the system before they have kids. But a lot of times it's not true. They'll be partying, and then third or fourth kid pops out, and they're like, "Oh man, I guess I got to stop buying so much of the sticky icky." You know what I mean? Because I'm doing all, you know. Yeah. And that's not the only thing they do. But I mean, you know, but they figured maybe I better chill because now I got to raise this kid that, you know, you didn't expect. And oftentimes that kid will have some serious issues because the parents have just trashed themselves out to where the DNA is just bad. And you see this, and this is going to sound weird, but like, you don't really see this with alien abduction, like them coming down and picking up drug addicts and alcoholics, unless they are, I'm being serious. It doesn't really happen unless that person is starting to take substance before, you know.
They're definitely reported.
Yeah.
I don't think that they are taken as seriously when reported because of the fact that they are under the influence when reporting.
Yeah.
But I know there are a great number of reports that come in that's how they start.
Yeah, that's how they start. Yeah. They'll start drinking and doing drugs after the fact, is what I'm saying.
I used to pick up a lot of patients who were blitzed beyond their ability to function, and they had some wild stories to tell. Alien abduction, werewolves, you name it. These folks had encountered it, but you do have to wonder: was it the alcohol, the drugs talking, or was it just a convenient target for these entities? Yeah, that guy can't run away. He can barely walk.
Or they're able to see something, like their third eye is open because they're imbibing of some kind, which goes back to the Vikings.
Schizophrenics live in their own world. Mm-hmm. And me and my wife often wonder, is that person crazy, or are they seeing and hearing something that is actually there that the rest of us don't?
Yeah.
Like how a cat will sit there and stare at a point on the wall, or all 6 of them will sit and stare at the same spot for 5 minutes, or they'll all start growling. I've taken pictures. I've done everything. I never see anything, but it makes you wonder, like, are the people, like when you get drunk, when you do drugs, they say it expands your mind, that kind of thing. They use that as an excuse to use more drugs and alcohol. But is it possibly opening something inside their mind that allows them to see something?
I think that's a very real possibility, and I think that, you know, like Jordan said, they start doing the drugs after the abduction scenarios typically, and I think that part of the reason why the ETs or ultra terrestrials or whatever you want to call them, why they don't go after people who are just drugged out and whatever. I think the people like what you were saying, James, is important that we point out that, yeah, I think they were probably able to see something because they were in an altered state. Now, think of it like this. If you were an extraterrestrial or an ultra terrestrial or whatever, and your job was to abduct people, and why would you go after people who were trashed? I mean, their bodies,
Easy to catch.
easy to catch. You can go walk through people's walls and take them out of their room. What do you need? It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Easy to catch. They can alter the space-time continuum. It seems like
sleep paralysis. You can't even
sleep
look
paralysis.
Up.
There you go. I mean, it's an easy one.
Done.
Right? Done deal. And so it's really not something that's gonna. But you're not gonna want to take somebody whose DNA is ruined and trashed and take samples, and unless you're just doing a study on it or something. But if you're looking for something to procreate, which is a lot of time what they're looking for fluid that can procreate. And so you're not going to take that broken up, messed up DNA from those people. It's not going to happen. So there's like a science behind it. But then if you look at the people who are abductees, and one of you guys said that it was familial a lot of times, right? Which one of you guys said that?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Jordan, you said that it's a familial thing and they're related. So you are going to get, if that person has a very high IQ, chances are they're probably going to have a kid that's going to be high IQ too. Now, not necessarily, but if they have 5 kids, the odds are that 2.5 of them are going to be smart, right? That's the odds. We're looking at numbers here, right? So let's just say, for argument's sake, I have a child with a woman that's a professor. She's super intelligent, and you have a child with her. And your IQ is 162 and hers is 160, you're going to have a child that's going to be very intelligent. And now let's say one of us has a genetic predisposition to being abducted by our little friends from whatever place they're coming from. Chances are that child's probably going to be on the list too. That's my thing. And I think that they do look for a higher level of consciousness, which I believe is directly tied to the soul, which I believe that a lot of people don't realize. The brain is just a housing for that. I really believe that. When the Egyptians would embalm people, when they created mummies, they didn't care about the heart. The heart was only used. Anubis, here, take care of that. The dog man, he just took it, weighed it on a scale with a feather and said, okay, you've been found wanting. You're not a good guy. Your heart is heavier than this feather. Sorry. And so you go to hell, basically, or a realm of it. But if your heart was pure, then you can move on to the next level. It wasn't necessarily a heaven, but it was better than this, and it wasn't the Kali Yuga, so do the math. But the brain was very important. Like the brain was actually, they believed that the brain, they had a use for the brain. Like they actually did take it out. And contrary to popular belief, they didn't just toss it out, they wrapped it up typically. So at times they will find these mummies with these little shriveled up whatever, and they're like, what is that? That's the brain without the fluid, right? And they would place it in weird places like where the heart was and things like that. And people were wondering, like, why do these people do this? They also found this in certain mummies that they found in the Andes. So these ancients did have some reverence to the brain. Now, I believe we've been lied to, and we've been lied to a lot. But the establishment will tell you that, they didn't know what the brain was. They didn't care about the brain, whatever. The reason that they have to tell you that is because if they could make you understand, and I'm going to tell you this on the show right now, that the brain it's the connection between your soul and the body. It is the house of the soul, right? Right here, right there, third eye. Now, I will say this. The people who don't like you to know things or learn things, they have a vested interest in keeping you dumb. And so if the ancients didn't have any reverence for the brain, they thought it was just a big waste of time. Well, then we shouldn't either. I mean, what does it matter? It doesn't really matter. It's just gray matter. It's really not that important. It's just, it makes you function while you're alive in this body. But that's not true. It does much more than that. And the higher your level of sentience, I believe you're closer to transcendence. And I'm not trying to say that there are people that are better than other people or whatever, but I always mourn the loss of someone who is really highly intelligent over some goofy thug that's out there doing drugs. And like you were saying, James, you pick them up and they're like, well, whatever. I mean, if that's what you're going to do with yourself, then do it with yourself, but don't make the rest of us suffer for it. In fact, I went into 7-Eleven last night just to get some drink after I hit the gym. And I'm standing behind this guy, and I have to listen to him prattle on for 5 solid minutes about where he found this change. Man, I was by the bushes, and I looked down. There was change, man. There was a change. There was a change, And the lady's like, yeah, okay. And I, and you don't know how unstable and crazy this person is. But damn, dude, like I want to pay for my protein drink, and please F off, So I had to sit there with this person, and finally I said, hey, I'm kind of in a hurry. He turns and he observes me for a second and starts talking as close as he can to me, like I give a crap what he has to say. And I just said, yeah, congratulations on the change, whatever. And so you would much mourn the loss of someone who was very highly intelligent, like one of our colleagues that passed away, Rosemary Ellen Guiley. I think that the field is a lot poorer for her being gone. Brad Steiger, I think that the field is, and it sucks that he's gone. There's all these people, Linda Godfrey, that I can think of, JC Johnson, Scott Martis, different people that I really liked and I talked to a regular basis, and now they're gone. And of course, I think we can all agree on certain individuals who passed away, like Carl Sagan. You know what I mean? Like there's certain people you're just like, damn, dude, they're gone. And that sucks because they were super smart. And then you got the guy at the store who obviously doesn't live in a home, and doesn't care about you. And he's drunk and high and talking about how lucky he is to find change so he could buy some cigarettes. And then he wants everybody to know about he's belligerent. And it's like, yeah, there are levels to this. I do believe there are levels. And so I would look at the loss of one of you and is way more important than somebody like that. And I'm not trying to be mean or ugly or elitist in any way, but I think that the powers that be see the same thing. And I think that these beings that do what they do, they see the same thing too. And I think that that's how it works. They're not trying to take that into a ship and mess with it and observe it. They don't give a crap about that. What they give a crap is people who are intelligent and their children, which is really scary. It's really scary because what are they doing? Now, some people have said things like they're cloning us. They're making clones of smart people, of really strong people, tough people, whatever. And, you have to sit there and you have to wonder, like, is there something to this? Like, are they making an army of clones of people who are highly intelligent? Or are they using their DNA to mix it with some other DNA to make, and then they put them into our population as hybrids? And what are they doing? Are they taking those hybrids? And I think some of these people don't even know that they're hybrids. I'm being serious. And I think they take them and just kind of download the information. What are your thoughts, Rob Yox, on that?
Well, a few things came up when you were saying that, and I think that they take the same genetic line or heritage because it's easier to work with. They can produce whatever they're producing faster by taking something that's very similar each time that they take somebody. And from an understanding of there are different stories of who the Greys are, why they're doing it. But if their population is decimated in the sense that they're genetically not viable to procreate, they would want to create as many as fast as they could. And that would mean working with somewhat similar DNA, or the base is the same, with a small alteration via the each line or generation. They could work with it a lot faster. When it comes to the consciousness and the soul and the body, from my understanding of what I believe is that a lot of people believe that we incarnate and the soul is put into this vessel and then there we go. I believe that the soul created this vessel, which is that connection and that housing. And then I saw somebody in the comments say, how do they activate their third eye, which is a part of what you have already. And it has a lot to do with your pineal gland and the calcification of the pineal gland, I believe. But I think that the people who engage in, I guess, degenerating their genetic makeup also have the ability to repair it, which means that they can see themselves on the other side, which is when people who are on drugs get sober. And that's when you start to see people get into more of a spiritual aspect of who and what they are, because they've seen that dark side too. So it's a balance. It's not just, once you're damaged in that way, you can't come back to the fold. And it's just it's a wild thing to think about too. But there's a lot of stuff going on, and I think that there are governments who are capitulant to this abduction scenario, and they know it's happening. They have either signed treaties with these people or allow it to happen for a purpose as well, which we're seeing more and more of as we get into the disclosure movement, that there are a lot of reports that have gone under the table that the government does not want us to know about for specific reasons or another. The backwards engineering of things that, downcraft technology, and they use these things to kind of take us out of where we're looking to look in another direction, so that these agendas don't come to the light. And I think exploring all of it is paramount right now.
Mm-hmm. Your thoughts, Jordan?
Well, I mean, it is all explorative thought. That is kind of the basis of all of this. And without being willing to explore thought, without being willing to have the thought experiment, it's hard for us to carry anything forward. Even the idea of, us not even being here and it being an agreed upon illusion. All known physics that we have been taught since probably 7th grade is the fact that we are 90% empty space. So to belie the fact that we're even in a reality is an interesting concept. Once again, I am loath to deny anybody's experience until proven otherwise, because an experience is just that. It's an experience. It is something that somebody has had that steals their life in a special way, in a certain way. And whether or not an experience is quantifiable or not is far different than whether or not an experience impacts somebody. And that is what I think we have to make sure that we focus on, is the impact that people's experiences have on them. There are very sadly there's a lot of want of confirmation married with confirmation bias in a lot of communities, and we have to be very careful for that. Even as show hosts, things like that. It's one thing to have a conversation. It's another thing to take people down lines that, like the main one that has happened and popped up here in the last year and a half is Corey Good.
Oh yeah.
And the whole situation with that, there's a reason why you have not seen David Wilcox on a lot of things. He basically brought Corey Good into the fold within communities, and now you're looking at an 8-hour-long deposition where Corey Good says anybody who says that they've had an experience with the blue avians or have been age regressed, as discussed in my series, is inviolate of copyright. This is my material. I have created it. The blue avians are my own personal meditation guides. Nobody else has met them. Anybody who says that is delusional. So the problem that you have is that you, at the same token that he says that, for many, many years, he met a lot of people at conferences and shook their hands and said, I had that experience too. So experiences can even be weaponized. Experiences can even be brought to a point of further trauma in people's lives. So we have to always be careful that we are exploring things with the greatest of responsibility and making sure that we leave room for people's experience to be an experience. It can be very hard not to put a solidification on something. But it's kind of like saying you're a Bigfoot expert. You might be an expert in folklore, but you're no Bigfoot expert, because we would first have to prove the existence of Bigfoot.
Well, to some people, it's a fact. They just look at it as a fact.
Well, sure, absolutely, and that is 100% true. Even whenever you look at ancient cultures, even whenever you look at indigenous cultures, they do not take the Sasquatch or now the Shooty, anything like that as story. They take it as fact. But once again, that is a filter through which they see reality. So we have to remember those things. It's kind of the whole point of epistemology is the philosophy of philosophizing and being able to sit down and realize where knowledge comes from and what the source of knowledge is, and what the purpose of said knowledge is at the same time.
Yeah, I like the I've pissed him off at me. Because that's kind of what I've done with just about everybody in these fields. And it's panels like this. Like, I literally got messaged and someone says, I thought you were a Bigfoot person. And I'm like, I'm not an any person. I'm literally, they just had to send me a snarky message. It's a joke. But I mean, well, I'm not a Bigfoot person. I'm not a dogman person. I'm just me,
Yeah, we've had the conversation. The idea and the point is the conversation and being willing to have because without that, without a conversation, nobody ever decides, you know what? I think I will try to sail to the horizon. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
It's so true.
We don't end up with Magellans if we don't have conversation.
Yeah. What were we saying, Yash?
That's just it. It's all about the combination of perception to try and understand a more robust reality that we're all delving through. And whether you're this person or that person, there is a connection between all of it, and that's humanity is either interacting with it or on a physical level or a scientific level, the matter and energy is interacting with it. So everything is open to debate, and I love you articulated that so wonderfully just now, and we have to leave room for that, and that's one of the reasons that I also don't down anybody's perception of anything, because we never fully understand somebody's perception, and because we could never truly walk in somebody else's shoes because of cultural biases, because of upbringing, because of situations, because of certain words that are said at certain times. People have this unique perception. Now, while there is an individualistic nature to all of us, we're still a part of a greater human community.
Sure.
And that leads us to really examine what's happening around us, which is kind of where some people like ourselves get that drive from, to just understand it the best that we can without impeding our own understanding on it and just kind of taking it in.
Honestly, it's been one of my favorite things coming out of the NASA panels that have happened over the last year is them actively saying, we as scientists have not been doing our job. The job of science is to investigate the anomaly. We know the known quantitative. We deal with the known quantitative every day. That's repeatable science. But when an anomaly pops up within that repeatable science, we're supposed to chase the anomaly and figure out why it's there and why it's interfering with our known science. And we haven't been doing that. So to hear that is very refreshing. It's great to see that. And I do think that a lot of that does come from the actual reclassification, because pulling it out of the box of UFO pulls it out of Kleenex and Xerox. Like you were saying a while ago, Josh, there is a catch-all bin to these things. And when you throw it into the world of UFO and, 1972 specials featuring Spock and stuff like that, hardcore scientists may just take 2 steps back from it, despite it being anomaly within their field.
Too many scientists are getting paid a lot of money from people that don't want UFOs looked into. They don't want Bigfoot looked into. They control the researchers, the scientists with the purse strings. You like this $1 million job working at the university, you better stop looking into UFOs and talk about how crazy people see things like that. Too much science is controlled by the people with the money.
You know, when we were talking about earlier, we had somebody, Andrew Brown says, what about the giant study about heart transplant recipients taking on memories and characteristics of the donors? There is more to the heart than we know. Yes, the heart is a very important. I was not saying that it was not important. I was saying that they were downplaying the importance of the brain to the ancients. Now, if you go back 200 or 300 years, they didn't really look at the brain as, I'd say 300 or 400 years actually, they didn't look at the brain as that important. They knew that a bonk on the head would knock you out, but they weren't real sure how it worked. The heart was everything. But if you go further back, further back, the brain was important, because I believe that if you go further back into our antiquity, and what I mean by antiquity, I'm talking like beyond what even Graham Hancock would consider, you know. Well, then again, we really don't know what Graham thinks privately. We just know how he's handled being attacked by academia in the public eye. But when you go back far enough, you start to think, hey, they're closer to the truth of the real knowledge of our ancient ancestors and our true past, because we are people with amnesia, and I've said that before. And so whenever you go back in antiquity, you get closer to the truth, and that's why I say that they thought of the brain as more important, because the brain, you know, was everything. And I think if you go back far enough, you get to what Plato referred to as a golden age, you know, that Edgar Cayce talked about, which was the Atlantean, the antediluvian world, Atlantis or whatever. Take it back far enough, and you'll go beyond that. You'll go back to the era of the Tatra Yuga, what the ancient Hindus believed. Which was after the Satya Yuga. The Satya Yuga was the first age. It was the ultimate age. It was nothing better than that. But if you were to go back even further, you would end up in another Kali Yuga, where everything was a big mess. So it just keeps going cyclical. So it's like civilization is doing this. It's like a heartbeat. And your heart is there to keep your brain functioning and keep your nerves going and everything else. So there is a physical, which is the heart. Then there's the mental, the brain. And of course, you have something in between, which is your spirit. That is your soul. And I believe the whole Frankenstein's monster, it was electricity that brought it to life. I think electromagnetic energy is very important. And that's why we can scientifically measure it now. You can go into a spooky ghost house and you can actually tell. You don't have to take your shirt off and wave it around and be like, come at me, bro. Come at. You know, you don't have to do that. You don't have to jump around and act a fool. You can just go in there quietly with an EMF reader and be like, I believe there's something here.
Unless you're on TV.
That's true. That's true.
Then blood comes from the walls and a horse's head flies through the front door.
No, you just got to say, I feel it. I feel. You feel that? I feel
scream
it.
and run around the room.
They always do that too. It's always like, did you hear that? It was like a, you know, you're like, okay, yeah, whatever, dude. You know, but I'll be the first one to say, I've been out on location at a job site and I heard things and I was like, what the hell was that? And it's spooky, you know, so you can't really tell. But on TV, it's kind of, you're kind of going like, okay, where is the jump scare? And then they're going to go to a commercial right when they're going like, whoa, and then when they come back, it's like nothing happened. There was no big deal. They're petting a dog. You're like, what the heck? What did I just watch, dude?
And
no
even
replay
that,
value.
Even that, as I said in the panel at Dogman Conference this last year, Josh, you have to wonder whether that place is actually charged with that energy or whether or not you and your team are charging it with that energy with the expectation before you go out there. As you're preparing gear, things like that, thinking about, we're going to this haunted place. Oh, I heard about this experience and that one. You're actively putting that energy into it in no different way than a golem. you know,
Yeah.
or an egregore.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
true.
What do you think about that, Rob?
I agree 100%, and I think a lot of things happen that way. Even my encounter with a UFO in the sky was charged by myself wanting to experience that with somebody else, which was my wife at the time. She was actually my fiance at the time, but my wife now. And it happened, and it happened in the way in which I've sort of thought about it. Not to mention that my actions were completely wrapped around contact with the event that we were putting on called Humanity Unplugged, and we were generating that energy and putting it into the ether for that to actually happen, which in turn means that we're manifesting the reality that we want to see put in front of us.
Well, and you're hoping that it's that reality, not something in disguise. That was one of the things that we spoke about with Kathleen Martin was whenever because she had a huge session with a whole bunch of people and the Council of Eight, a council of 8 different species that spoke with them, and that was one of the things that I mentioned was, you know, even when it comes to CE5 protocols, things like that. When you're talking a mass meditative experience, are you taking any kind of precaution to make sure that you are blocking things out? And she was like, yes, anytime that we had these sessions, we always had a minister there with us. We always had a religious minister on staff and on site with us whenever we had these sessions. And I thought that was very interesting that they even went that far. But I don't know of too many people having CE5 sessions and inviting aliens and other critters through portals and things like that are taking that precaution necessarily, you know, and that it's just something that, you know, I consider. It's, I don't know. I don't have a Ouija board in my house for a reason.
Me neither.
I would assume that's from an experience, right? I mean, a religious personnel there, probably from a prior experience of something wild, you know?
Could be, but it's one of those, like, I don't have a big black empty screen in my room when I go to sleep either, like a big black mirror, you know.
That's true too. We don't either.
Like we're all sleeping with big black mirrors in our room. If you got a TV in there, you know,
and I thought about that when you said that the other day. So I just leave mine on all the time now.
Sleeping with one right next to your bed if it's not screened down when you go to sleep. You know,
so true.
Yeah, I cover mine up.
It's just a nice scrying surface for things from the other side to look on in. You know,
so this thing with Corey Good, and of course everybody, there's a Bigfoot hoaxer out there too that I don't want to say his name because I don't want to get it more attacked. I've been under a lot of attack, but the
Corey Good thing broke my heart. Honestly,
it was hard.
Not even for the fact of like, okay, so you've been age regressed. Once again, I'm not going to doubt anybody's experience until proven otherwise. But it was more the fact of, okay, so at what point did you stop leading these, quote, delusional people down the road of making money for yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, and just destroying the community along the way.
Yeah, and dragging them along for your. Yeah, there was a Bigfoot hoaxer not too long ago who I'm not fond of, and I you know, but he took a picture he was in a hot tub and he just happened to take a picture of the darkness. It was what it originally, and it was a towel rack. He's like, and then they're like, well, when I took this picture, I didn't know there was something there. First of all,
why'd you take the picture?
Then why did you take the picture? And people were stupid enough and gullible enough, and I hate to say it, some of my own friends were like, look at this. And I'm like, yeah, it's a rubber mask. That's what it is. He's a hoaxer like so many other frauds. And I was looking at that, and I was talking to Barton about that, and we were both kind of agitated, whatever. And he was like, dude, you wouldn't just take a random picture of some darkness. And then the story changed, I believe, to something like, oh, well, I heard something or so, you know, oh, okay. Yeah. And still, even then, what are you taking pictures of a towel rack? And that, you know,
it always does. It always does.
Yeah.
Anytime there's a video that supposedly shows a UFO, a Bigfoot, dogman, anything, and it's as soon as I see it, my first thought, why was the person taking a video?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What was
Yep.
the whole
Then
point?
it's like, because
And where is their human reaction?
yeah, I wish they'd stop going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. That gets a little, but come up with some other thing to say.
I mean,
but
if you saw something the size of Bigfoot out in the wild and you were close enough to get a picture, wouldn't you be? I mean, some people might not run, but I would probably run.
Well, and that's one
Or
of the
pass
things that I
out.
say regularly. You want to know why they're blurry? Like, I am a trained cameraman. I have been doing camera work for 20 something years, broadcast work, all kinds of things. The reason why you can keep a football in focus and keep an NFL dude in focus is that $20,000 lens that keeps everything in focus. You know, if you're having to rack focus from something far away to close to you and you're adrenalized, and you better be a trained camera person, or else that is going to be one blurry video.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be one very blurry picture because you're depending on something automatic to handle the focus of that. And if anything comes before or behind that point of focus, it's going to be blurred, you know? So yeah, it's, I put most of that down to adrenaline and just the fact of people are in automatic mode most of the time. They aren't in a manual focus mode where anything within a certain distance is always going to be in focus. That kind of stuff.
In the chat, somebody had just said, and I posted it on there, Red Creek Mafia had said something about Corey Good. And now JoJo asked the question in the chat, why do you not think he's credible at Red Creek Mafia? Okay, JoJo. Okay, who y'all want to answer this? Because
I'll answer it. There is an 8-hour-long deposition where he and his lawyer keep asking for 15 minutes at the beginning. So this is going to be sealed, right? Nobody's going to hear this.
Yeah.
Depositions aren't sealed and you ain't being deposed if there ain't a problem.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So JoJo,
that's where my curiosity comes from, is the 8-hour-long deposition of the man.
Yeah. I'm assuming that she does not know that he has been super exposed. That is, you know, that's taking it to another level of exposure of fraud. I mean,
I mean, he's actively suing Gaia Network right now for continued use of his intellectual property. That is the current lawsuit, is that the Blue Avians and the secret space program, as described by him, are his intellectual property. And when they continued with the Cosmic Disclosure series without him, that they continued using his intellectual property without his permission.
There is a dogman / Bigfoot, whatever, researcher, storyteller, whatever the hell he wants to call himself, who, and I'm not going to use the words created or made up because I don't know this, but somehow he has the rights to a story that he told on his show that everybody thought was just wow and amazing. And I heard it years ago and I thought it was a cool story, but I didn't know what to make of it. I never had an opinion, but I wonder how do you copyright that? How do you, if someone comes to me and they give me their story, I have no right to it. And I've even had people snarkily tell me, well, I heard him talking on the Supernaturalist channel and telling the same story. Or they think that I plucked it from their channel. I'm like, no, that person has the right to tell me. He can go tell DER. He can go tell whatever channel he wants to tell the same Dogman story. And I've heard it before. I've heard it on Josh Pinocchio's channel. I've heard it on Supernatural's channel. I've heard it on Darkness Prevails, whatever. They retell the story of that same person. And I know I'm sitting there going like, oh, this person. Matt Imsh comes to mind. Matt Imsh made the rounds and told everyone his story. And then he started his own podcast, YouTube channel, good friend of mine. I like Matt. He was at my conference. Point being that you don't have the right. Him, Joe Barger's story, Martin Groves, all those people that have come on my show and told their stories, I have no rights to those stories. When someone tells me, hey, a Bigfoot threw a rock at my truck, and I retell the encounter, That's not my story. That person
right.
can go and retell that story to 100 different people, and that you have no right to it. So how are you able to say, I'm going to copyright this? Oh, this is the intellectual property that belongs to me.
Well,
unless
because
you made it up. I mean, and it's
exactly, and that's exactly what he says, is that the blue avians, as described in Cosmic Disclosure, are his personal meditation guides, which he created, and that the information given in Cosmic Disclosure came to him through channeling with the guides that he created. So, yeah, anybody else who said that they met the blue feathered avian aliens is a delusional person, because I created them and they do not exist.
wow.
Well, that may
is
also
exactly
not be
what
it
he
either.
said in deposition.
That may also not be exactly this right either, in the sense that he's the only one who sees them, because now he's put that out there into the world where people are creating that ether, just like we discussed.
Oh, sure.
You know, after the fact.
Well,
So he started something which now has probably taken a life of its own via the creation of and manifesting. That's crazy.
It has. And like he said, and anybody claiming to have met them in the same way that I've seen them is delusional.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting. And these are some of the issues that we run across in communities, you know, where it's like there is an onus on us as hosts to make sure that we vet people and to make sure that we don't just put things out there in that way. That's one of the things that I fully respect about Josh, is that he will always say that it is either his educated opinion or this is a story that somebody told me.
Yeah. And I always have said that it's not necessarily the gospel truth, because I can't prove that it's the truth. And in fact, I've even said that there was a guy who I call Vulture, who came on my show and told me and Barton a bunch of, you know, and then after that, you know, and then when I was doing the Dogman book, Ken Gerhardt, and he got with me and said, you know, he was advising me the whole time, him, and I was getting advice from Lyle and David. And I even talked to you, Jordan, about it too. And getting advice from people. And I was told to stay away from him. Don't put his story in the book. I'm like, yeah, I already know. And I put the disclaimer on there that this guy was full of stories. Let's just put it that way.
Just stories.
He's just full of stories, and let's just call it that. And I just left it alone, because I don't want to be, you know, when the curtain closes, hey, this guy's got the clown shoes sticking out, and that's what happens, you know. And so recently, his wife was like, his story is in one of your books. I'm like, no, it's not. I wrote a book about Bigfoot and one about Dogman, and it's not in either one of them. And he's got stories for days of both that happened to him. Yeah. Here I had one encounter when I was 15, and this guy's having one every time he goes to the 7-Eleven or he goes outside to the Starbucks, whatever. I belong to a lot of communities online, and it's one that I bring up regularly. There is a person in one of the communities I belong to in San Antonio that regularly posts videos of lights about 3 times a week. Now they certainly seem like landing lights to me every time that I see them. However, the point comes to bear. If you're seeing things 3 times a week and taking videos of them, the anomaly is gone. Yeah. Like you now have a known quantitative, and I want to know why you're on here instead of selling tickets. Why is this not a sideshow attraction right down the road from the snake farm?
We do have a guy here in Laredo that has a very good batting average for catching UFOs in the sky, but he's not selling his videos. He contacts us, and he's like, he told us he gets a feeling that something is about to happen. He'll grab his cell phone, aim it up at the sky, and of course and then
all over. Sure.
Wow.
It's not like he's got it dead center.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are some weird things out there. I wouldn't have a show. I'm a 40-year researcher. That's what I am. I don't. Yeah. You know, somebody recently tried to insult me, and he's like, "I don't give a damn about your cryptid show." I don't have a cryptid show. I have a show called Paranormal Roundtable, and it is very Fortean. I talk about everything. There's not just cryptids on here. That's a part of what I talk about, but we're talking about aliens and everything in between. switching gears for a second here. No one, this person's name is no one. They like this is clever here. Why are pigs so compatible with humans for organ transplants? Pigs are partly human. Yes, you consume demonic corruption when you eat a pig. Okay, I want to start on this one. I'm going to say something. I'm going to tell you this. First 15 years of my life, I was raised on a farm. The idea that a pig is a filthier animal than a cow is simply false, and I'll tell you why. Pigs are smart, and if you have them in a big enough enclosure, which is hard to do because they'll escape, they're escape artists, they will all poop and pee in one corner. They don't pee, poop, and pee, and they don't eat each other's poop and pee, whereas cows will actually eat their own feces over and over again. They will eat the other cow's feces, and I've seen them do it. And they are very dirty. And I'll say something else. Cows have a lot of genetic similarities with humans too. So that really doesn't hold water. Now, is
pretty
it
much any
demonic,
multicellular organism has a lot of similarities with humans?
Mammals. If you're a mammal, you're going to have a lot of similarities. Does that make us cannibals because we eat something that has eyes, 2 eyes and 2 ears and a nose and whatever? No. But, any animal on the planet that eats any other animal is considered a carnivore or an omnivore. Now, cows, they say, well, cows are strictly vegetarians. They're not carnivorous, whereas pigs are omnivores and they'll eat anything. So eating them and eating bears, because they're both omnivores and they eat anything, it would make it probably not good to eat. I will say this: I will not eat predators because it's really gross. They typically have worms from what they eat, the meat, because it's raw. So you got to be real careful. That being said, cows will actually eat their own flesh. And I'm not joking. I am not kidding about that. They will actually grind it up and give it back to them, which is how a part of the CJD was started, the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. So named mad cow. Now, what mad cow does is really insidious because it's a spongylocephaloform prion that goes into the brain, turning it into Swiss cheese, essentially, cutting off a part of the brain. And next thing you know, you can't control your arm. You can't, and then you're done. So that's why you don't eat the brains of a cow. You don't eat the spinal cord. I saw it one time on Joe Rogan's show, what was it called? Do this crap and we'll pay you some money if you're crazy.
Fear Factor?
Fear Factor, yes. Something I was like watching and I'm like, I would never do any of this crap these people are doing. Debasing themselves. Eat this dog food. Let me spit in it first. Go ahead. Let's take a video of it. And then there are people like, you sure? If I just got to eat this, these elk ears, then I'll get this $1,000? Yes. Go ahead, do this, yes. And then Joe just stands there watching them and you're like, good God, these people. But there was a one on there where the lady was being told to eat spinal cord, a boiled spinal cord. And she was like, this is cooked, right? And I was like thinking to myself, don't do it. Do not do it, because even if it's cooked, it's not going to kill those prions. Only irradiation will kill the prion. Now, here's the trick. If you put it in the microwave long enough, it does do something to it. It breaks down the molecular structure to where there's less of a percentage of it actually infecting you. But who is going to make a steak on the grill and then go, hold on, let me put it in the microwave for 10 minutes, and then let's hope that it breaks down the prions, and then we'll be safe to eat it once it's been irradiated. Most people aren't going to do that. In fact, I don't know anybody who does that. They take it, they put it on the grill, and they eat it. And they said, oh, it's good because I didn't get sick and there was no bacteria and no viruses that were killed when I just ate this, right? No parasites. Doesn't matter. The prion is totally different. It doesn't matter. It is not that. And you cannot kill these things unless it's like 800-900 degrees. So you're going to eat it. You're going to ingest it. So you can clean all you want. It's not going to matter. So that being said, pigs, the reason that pigs were for years thought of as a very filthy animal is because back in ancient times when the Torah was written, when the Quran was written, if you want to call it ancient times, it's not ancient for me, but for most people, they believe that that's ancient. So the pig was not cooked properly. Trichinosis was a very big deal. And in fact, we haven't had a serious outbreak of trichinosis since like 1963 or 67, something like that here in this country. So it has been dealt with because you don't eat undercooked pork, right? Well, the ancients would be like, hey, you know, we don't really get sick if we're eating beef, but typically we do if we eat pork, pig, filthy animal. That's it, done deal. Not to mention the fact that if you take the organs out of a pig, it does look a little bit like a human, because I dissected them in biology when I was in high school and in college. And I remember taking the organs out of the pig, and you guys know, and then you're going like, this looks very similar to what this model of the human body looks like. So the early rabbis looked at that and thought, ooh, that's a little weird. I don't know. Filthy animal too. It's a scavenger. And if you eat it, you could get trichinosis. Same thing with shellfish. It was something that was not thought of as healthy to eat because they didn't know how to cook it properly. So it was more of a pragmatic thing. So as far as it being, I didn't mean to go on a whole diatribe there, but pigs as being partly animal, you know, and human, there you go. And that's why. And so I've said this before, and people get really bent out of shape when I tell them that it doesn't matter religiously. They're like, well, I want to eat pork. I want to eat pork. I want to eat pork. Well, that's fine. Okay. It doesn't matter one way or the other, whether you eat it or you don't. I don't eat it. I own a pig, and he's a good little dude, and I would never eat him. And so I don't eat pork. And there's always the accident that you could give him pork because he likes scraps. And so we have a no pork policy in the house. It's better anyway. But that's my take on that.
As far as the transplants go, it's because they actively are approximately the same size as humans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very true.
I used to work the National Heart Surgeons Convention every year, and they would get their catheterization certification by actively using a pig heart and putting the catheters through. It was pretty wild.
Yeah, you get to do a lot everywhere. Of cool stuff. Jordan did the sound for my conference, his last one, and of course you guys do a great job.
Thank you.
And I remember the guy that you had there was very professional. I think both of us had a good laugh. We were sitting there at one point, and Kevin, Chad's buddy from Wisconsin, when they did the presentation, and Chad Lewis, the author. He was up there. He was like, he's like, and here's Kevin sleeping in a hammock at 30 below, and your dude was like, hey, whatever, dude, you win, Kevin. You win. Here's your guy. He's not a paranormal guy, whatever, but he was kind of like looking at his phone, and we heard that. He looked at me, and he was like, 30 below. I said, yes, he did. He goes, oh crap. He's like, okay, you win, Kevin. That's it, dude. I don't think we can beat that. So me and him had a good laugh, and then we sat there and laughed about a lot of different things, and he was a pretty cool guy. But you guys did a great job. You'll be back this year, hopefully, at our conference. Did you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, early November. We've decided on a date, but we're not real sure where we're going to do it at exactly in New Braunfels. Got to get with Ken and talk about it. Ken's good. Not to mention, Ken's also going to be singing one of the next songs on our whatever, and these will be turned into albums so that we can sign them, and they will be at the conference too. The music, Paranormal Sound Table.
Yeah.
So if anybody's interested, Rob, I wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Last week you blew away the audience with what you were talking about, all the different types of things that you had talked about, and I knew you guys would be great on a panel together. And I thought, if more people were exposed to real researchers, YouTubers, podcasters that do real work and have real bodies of work and aren't frauds, I guess, for a better term, it would be nice to have people on. So a lot of people were asking about where to find you and the name of your show in particular. So I would like for you to give them the exact coordinates again.
Sure. Yeah, it's Full Spectrum Universe, and I'll put a link in the chat for everybody. And a great place to start is the Galactic Beginnings playlist. Why? It's because we go over the timeline of humanity from the beginning of its inception across the galaxy. And people ask me, how do you get this information? A lot of it is taken from a bunch of different places. And what I look for is the commonality between what everybody is saying. So I've read a ton of books about it, about what people believe about the Lyran system, contact with Pleiadians, Arcturians, all these different races of alien. And some of it is channeled information. Some of it is through meditation and trance. Some of it is past life regression. And we look for, it took me about 2 years to figure out the common thread in a lot of these timelines and kind of come up with like timeline prime. So what I will do is I will put the link for Full Spectrum Universe in the chat. And I know it's going to look crazy because when I grab my own link, sometimes it looks a little wild. But this is basically how I myself went through this information. So it's a great place to start. I'm going to put it up now. And it really, it's in depth. We go from what I believe is the beginning of the universe to not up to right now, but close. So as you can see, it's me down there. That is the link to my channel. I just popped it into the chat. And it's Full Spectrum Universe. I'm on YouTube. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook, all those places. We only do shows on YouTube and Rumble. If you go to the Rumble channel, it's more political. If you stay on YouTube, it's more spiritual. We also dive into ancient Native American culture, ancient texts, literature, folklore. We do a ton of different bodies of work.
Yeah. And Jordan, where do they find you at?
You can find us every Tuesday night. Curious Realm, curiousrealm.com. You can also find us. We are now carried by the Clyde Lewis Ground Zero Radio Network. So
Yeah.
you can find us on
Nice.
Ground Zero. You can find us on Aftermath Media. You can find us on those websites, their apps, all kinds of stuff. We also have the new Curious Realm Roku app. So if you're a Roku user or have a Roku device, you can get everything right there on our Roku app, even all of our meditation music and binaural beat stuff. So yeah, curiousrealm.com. That's the easiest place.
Chris James, your coordinates?
It's exactly like the way it shows up on the bottom of the screen. Chris James, Strange Things with Chris James, and I'm everywhere. I'm in places I've never heard of. YouTube,
Yeah, sounds like us.
all of Rumble.
Yeah.
People will tell me, "Oh yeah, I listened to your show on." It's like I've never heard of that thing, but yeah, Strange Things with Chris James. It was not my intention when I retired to become a podcaster or a writer. It happens.
Mm-hmm. That's what happened to me. It was never like my ambition to do it. I just, it just happened. It just evolved. It was like I was, told my encounter on the show, and I retold some people that had given me, because I did research on it and wanted to know what it was I had seen, and the rest is history. I started retelling people's encounters, and I had a knack for it and getting the information right. And, I just kept going, and then, I started writing books, and, and so now we're here, where we're at. But, trying to bridge these communities and build a bridge has been extreme. It's been a challenge, and it's been tough. And I don't know. I'm starting to wear down on some of it, because it's just, there's so much resistance to it. I mean, they just do not want to play, they don't want to play nice. People don't, they just don't. They all want their own little corner of whatever. And they're willing to do anything to protect it, including any kind of subterfuge you can imagine: sabotage, slander, libel, defamation. They're doing it. And, after a while, it just becomes like, is it worth it? How much skin in the game do I really have? Do I need to stay here and keep doing what I'm doing? There's an outpouring of people that say yes, yes, yes. And there's a small minority that says no, 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 and they don't like you. And then you have to decide if they're a thorn in your side enough to make you stop. And, I guess probably not, but their voices always tend to be the loudest, don't they? And so it's it's hell. But I'm going to keep fighting for now. I don't know how much longer, because it was discussed today that we may take a hiatus or just leave, because sick and tired of the attacks, and I'm just not going to get into it on the show right now, but I'm wore down. I'm tired of it. I'm really tired of it, and I'm about ready to just let legality take its course and do whatever I got to do, and whatever targets I got to hit, I got to do it, because these people won't stop. It's like an assembly line of garbage. And somebody had mentioned to me, they'd messaged me, and she said, I've never seen anyone in this field get attacked like you have. And I told her, this isn't a crass or whatever statement, but I said, most people have not tried to do what I'm doing. And when you do that, it ruffles feathers, and you're going to have enemies from each camp, the trifecta, if you will.
Yeah.
Like Rod Nichols said on my show last night, they're going to come at you because this is our turf. And what are you doing? Go back to Bigfoot land and the Bigfoot people. This is our turf. Go back to ghost land, ghost people. What are you doing? Go back to the UFOs and the Bigfoot. What are you doing? And so I'm catching it from all ends, and I'm being called everything from a con artist to a fraud to a racist, every possible thing. Hitler and Stalin rolled together with the devil and smoked. That's what I am. And it's been just nonstop. And they always have an excuse of why they're doing it or what they're doing or whatever. And then you get so turned around, you don't even know who's friend and who's enemy. And then it becomes and then your fans are telling you, hey, don't talk about this. We don't want to hear about this, but it's part of my life and I live it every day. And it is just a nightmare to deal with. And some days I feel like I can take on the world. It's like, I'm like, you know what? I'm the guy in the ship. I can take on the empire by myself,
All you need is that exhaust port, bro. Just the exhaust port.
That's right.
Blow the Death Star up. I just got to say one thing about all of that, right? There are certain people implanted to stop and stifle the flow of information. Now, from what I understand, a lot of these people never attack the quality of the work. They attack the person. And it always comes, and the juxtaposition is not about what you're talking about in the sense of information. It's about attacking people personally. And I saw that today. And it's because when they mention your name, they get more views. And the clout chasing becomes so apparent that it's almost sickening to see these people. And they do it because they have no other recourse, because they're not catching the traction that they want, or they're implanted to try and stifle your information by attacking you personally. None of these people are saying, well, he said this about Dogman or Bigfoot. They're saying this about the person. And again, I like to reiterate on my channel, and I'm sure you do it as well, is that it's never about the people. It's about the info being conveyed, right? That's why I sit behind my microphone. It's not because I don't like to come out and talk. It's because it's not about me. It's not about me. It's about the information. And the information is the end-all, be-all, and that's what we're all here to explore. And I believe that these people are just hungry. They're hungry for clout. And the more we feed into that crap, the faster it goes away if we don't, and these people are terrible people for what they're doing. And I truly believe that. I did a deep dive on it today when I saw your video on Facebook, and I'm like, this is sick. This is sick.
Yeah.
It's not even about what you're doing. It's about like they're trying to attack you as a person.
Yeah, it's character assassination.
Yeah. It's sick. It's sick.
Yeah. And my legal counsel is, and I'm trying to avoid having to spend a bunch of money, but and really and truly, because like I said, I was being honest, I need to get some money together to buy camera equipment so we can go out into the field and do some real research and do some, whatever. And I think it'd be cool. And there's something I wanted to tell you, Christopher Jordan, and while I'm here on the show, I told Rod Nichols yesterday, who was at the Lone Star Paracon, of course.
Yeah.
And so he was on the show, and there's some habitation that I found somewhere that we might need to go check out, and I could actually maybe film it. Yeah, I think it'd be really cool. I tried calling Palacios today to see if he was interested, but I'm definitely going to get some local people together to go show you what I found. And I found that when we were driving through there a few times, and my wife, bless her heart, she just likes the beautiful waterfalls and everything. And I'm looking and I'm seeing these broken trees every like 10th tree, and I'm counting and I'm going, what in the hell is that? And so then we found this circular structure And thank goodness my wife's always like, I want to go down Nelly. She called it Nelly's Drive because that's where it's real peaceful and everything. And while she's enjoying the zen and the peace, I'm looking around for Bigfoot, Dogman, and crawlers, whatever could possibly be out there. But so we stopped and we did a 30-minute video, and it's already gotten like 4,000 views from just a couple days ago. So I thought it would be really cool, and so now I may have to redirect those funds to go and deal with these things legally because people want to be up my butt, and that's fine, and they're saying that they can destroy me and they can do this and they can do that. They've been saying this for a long time. And why really do they want that? I mean, the whole point is that they character assassinate people over and over again. It's what the people I was fighting with. Here's an odd thing too. They were fighting with the people that are attacking me now. They were fighting them a couple years ago. Those two were going at it, and now all of a sudden they're teaming up against me. They're like, oh, we figured out who the real enemy is. It's the butthead that's telling people stuff that we don't want them to know, or maybe it's something that they can't do that we're doing, or maybe it's because they feel like I have a cult of personality or charisma. I don't know.
They just want to take your place, bro. That's all they're trying to do.
That's all
they're just trying to replace you with themselves, but it'll never work because of the way that they're going about it, right? It's not genuine anymore. And that's why I see like you get discouraged about it, but these people can't hold the candle, and they're trying to. Otherwise, they'd have their own show with their own people doing their own thing, and people would engage with it the way that they engage with, with your show. And I stand with you on all of it. It's just crazy. It's crazy. These people have an issue, and it's an issue because it seems almost as if it's jealousy.
Yeah. Well, that's what Lyle was saying. It's just, it is what
some
it is.
People, some people have this incredible idea that if you make somebody look bad, it makes them look better. But it never works that way.
Ever.
Politicians, that's all they do is they point fingers at that guy, this, that, the other thing. They never come out and say, I am going to do this to make our city, our state, our country a better place. It's always like, oh, that other guy, he was a crook. He was a something or other. Nobody makes themselves look better ever by trying to make somebody else look bad. It doesn't work that way.
That's true. I mean, I just got to learn to like let it go. But I got to admit, sometimes, it is therapeutic to clown and make fun of them because it's so easy to do.
Making fun of them, making fun of them is not trying to make them look bad.
Yeah.
That's entertainment.
It's just
that's
pointing out the obvious.
Look
You're
at
also
some of the
giving
best
them more exposure than the whole channel. So it's,
Look at some of the best comedies that ever came out. They were making fun of everybody.
Yeah.
Blazing Saddles. Funniest movie ever made. Couldn't make it today, but that was the
things change,
That's it.
I look at it like when I first got into this field, I tried to be very humble. I tried to talk to people, and there were a couple of these guys who came to me my first few months in this, and they were like, what are your plans? Like they were like, it's like a shakedown. And I was like, look, dude, I don't know you guys. I want to be friends. It'll be cool. And they were just kind of like, yeah, you stay in your lane and nothing will happen. There are two of people that I consider to be the Filthy Five. That's what I call them anyway. And so during this whole little war that they started, and I'm like, I just stayed in my lane, tried to stay away from them. And for the most part, they left me alone. And then one of them even befriended me, and the other one kind of would keep tabs on me, but be nice, but because I wasn't rocking the boat. But the minute that they felt like that I was stepping on something of theirs, it became this like little turf gang thing, and I'm like, what is this, And so I see how they wanted to play, and so I'm just really surprised by the people who are doing this, the most recent ones, because you would think that wasn't that your enemy, and weren't you trying to do something to supposedly expose the rot, which is what I was already doing, and then they jumped me. So I figured out real quick, it wasn't about them actually trying to expose hoaxing, frauds, and rot. They're just personally do not like me, and there's got to be something behind it. probably because they're not doing too good and they want to attack and say, oh, look, he's wearing all this gold. Look, he's doing this, he's doing that. What does it matter what I wear? I could come out here wearing a pink tutu. What does it matter? Well, it's like you said, Rob, it's about the information. And
Exactly.
I can't put my face to it because the microphone picks up everything so
That's
whatever.
also why I do it, because my wife's watching TV right over here and you can't hear it. So because I'm on top of it, right? I'm blocking it. But again, it's anytime you have to use other people's videos within your video to try and create that clout, you're also not doing anything original. It's a plan for failure, right? You could put videos in there, talk about it, you know what I mean? But that's not what the basis of that show was. It was to go through other people's videos, pick them apart, and be negative, right? And that's probably why people don't want to watch.
Yeah.
I hate to say that, but it's the truth. Like, do your own thing, man. Break through some other way that you know how to do. Be you. Don't go through degrading other people's things. It's like we talked about before. Yeah. Everybody's perception is something, right? Whether it's you believe you could even believe it's wrong, but their perception is their perception. So therefore, we have to respect it, at least at that level.
Yeah. 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 Well, gentlemen, I appreciate you all being on the show
100%.
tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Run. Jordan, are you going to be around next Saturday? Rob, are y'all around?
As far as I know.
Yeah.
Well, if you guys want to come back, Chris, I know you said something about wanting to take a break. Did you want to take a break, or did you want to come back?
I had a whole bunch of podcasts I was going to be on during the week, and like I was with you Wednesday, Arkansas was Friday. I had a couple others, and every one of them canceled. That's why I was backing off.
Yeah.
So I felt like I was becoming a podcast talking head. But no, I like the show. It's just
and Saturdays have become it's become awesome. Next week we're going to bring another person on, Jason Bland from Paranormal Soup. Jason Bland's done a lot of work in the UFO field, and he's very good friends with my friend Paul Wallace. Paul Wallace, dear friend, I love him. He's a great guy. I'm sure you guys all know Paul. He's done a lot of good work in this field, and so we're going to be doing it again on Saturday, and that's what I would like. If we were all here, because I think Jason would add another flavor to this whole soup, as he calls it, Paranormal Soup. His show comes on Sunday nights, and gosh, it's a shame because he doesn't get a lot of traction because of the time, but because he has kids and he has a day job, and he's in the grind and all that, and he puts his family and everything first, and then his show, and I really respect that. I think all of us do what we're supposed to do as people. I know, Jordan, you're a very hardworking person, and Rob, you do a lot of good work on your show. I can see it, man. It is amazing. I love listening to you. I was listening to you one day, though. I'm going to tell you a funny story real quick, and we'll run here. I don't know if I've told you this, James. I was listening to Rob's show, and I fell asleep. And normally I don't, but I was already like 2 hours in, and I was like, this guy. And my nephews love your show too. They're like, how smart you are. And Jordan, you're so smart. They love y'all's shows, right? So I was sitting there, I was listening to Rob, and I started to fall asleep. And I started dreaming what you were talking about.
Yep.
And I woke up, and I was like, whoa. It was a dream. Relax, people. It was a dream. I wasn't being abducted. I'm positive. But, I do sleep with some protection by the side. And I thought, I better not go to sleep listening to Rob's show again next time.
Yeah, no.
So I'm going to sit up and make some tea, and I'm going to sit up and watch it. I'm not going to go to sleep. But that's I was kind of freaked out, and I told my wife, I was like, that show scared me, because what you were talking about, though, it wasn't scary, but it's very thought provoking, and it's hard to kind of sleep with that kind of information. But
some people can do that to you. Just, I don't know what it is, the sound of their voice, the way they speak. My favorite speaker of all time, Lionel Black, wrong person, Lionel Fanthorpe from England. He's an Anglican priest. I like listening to Lyle Blackburn. He's got a good voice.
You're going to say Lyle.
Lionel like the train, Fanthorpe. He was on Coast to Coast a lot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember.
That guy's voice, he could have read, he could have read the phone book, and you'd listened, because the way he spoke to you, as opposed to some people, they can have the most exciting, wonderful thing to talk about. And it's like,
Lionel Fanthorpe was one of those orators who
yeah,
actually inspired me to be a better storyteller. And he go, and you know, George,
Yep.
and then the guy comes in there and he sees a knight. Oh my goodness. And what he saw in the knight's hand
mhm,
was not a candlestick. You know what it was? And then we're going to leave it right there.
yeah.
That was
That's,
No,
that's Lionel
no,
Fanthorpe.
That's it.
Rob, great show. Your voice
you.
and Jason Bland's voice made for radio, whatever. And of course, Jordan, the stuff you talk about is top notch, dude.
Thank you.
You
I
blow it
appreciate
away.
it.
And I like the jersey. See, I tried to imitate Jordan's jersey idea. So get this, I go and I buy a jersey, right? And I didn't do a whole lot of research, but I told my guys at 7 class, I said, look, I got a friend from Curious Rum, and I took a picture of Jordan with the jersey. And I said, I want a jersey kind of like that. So they made me one. So the first day I go and I wash it and I take it out, and it doesn't even fit my cat.
Yeah.
It's like, so I learned my lesson about that.
It's definitely a dry clean only situation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
At the conference, if you would have told me, hey, look, Tubby,
There's
you might want to.
yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
I pulled it out. I said, honey, is this your jersey? And she walks by. She's like, that's yours. I don't
Yeah,
know
that's
what
your-
happened to it. But that won't even fit me. She's tiny. So I was like, this is ridiculous. So then I thought about it and I said, man, I could as a goof, put it on and be like,
Yeah.
that man in a little coat, like
That's
the
it.
rip,
Yeah.
But I just thought, it was so bad. The jersey didn't come out as cool as yours. It didn't.
Oh, thank you.
We kind of scrapped it. We're like, well, let's just stick with what we're good at, Next thing you know, Jordan will be attacking me. Hey, punk! I saw you wearing my jersey. What's up? And then we'll have beef. And
People are all about you whenever they're copying your jerseys.
yeah.
That's it.
And guys, he lives down the road from me, like literally like a few blocks.
Yeah.
I don't want street beef with him. They'll
That's
see me
right.
and
God.
be like,
Yeah.
"What's up, fool?
Break-
what you doing?
Break
Break
into
yourself."
song.
Oh God.
Sharks in the Jets.
Ah,
It's on now.
yeah.
All right, guys. I'll see you next Saturday. We'll be here at
Take
8
care.
o'clock. I appreciate everybody coming on. I'll see you guys later. So great guys, good group of guys there, and we'll be doing it again next Saturday with Jason Bland. I can't wait. I just got a message from Jamie Domelos, who's one of his co-hosts, about some stuff that I was talking to her recently, and she's an interesting person too, and she's been on the show. And I want to say something right now, and I'm not going to bring up this crap. I don't want to have these problems, whatever, but I do want peace. I really do. And I thought about it very long and hard. And whether or not this person wants to accept it or not, I don't know what your involvement was with this other guy. Okay. And if I jumped the gun, I jumped the gun. But it does look a certain way, especially when he's in your comment section and you're in his. So if you say that you weren't involved and I started it with you, then so be it. But I know how it goes. And your friend, if that's what he is, he did jump me, and without provocation. And I did not, hey, Barton, how's it going? And I did not start with him. And I want peace, but I'm willing to defend what I've built with every fiber of my being. Now, there are other people who are just like, you know what, to hell with it. Let's just go. Let's pack it up. Let's leave. Let's get, just when we thought, folks, and hopefully maybe right now, maybe this will be the last time we have to talk about this, God willing, pray for peace. Pray for peace, okay? It looked like this thing was winding down. It was coming to an end. There are at least a couple of these people who will never stop, okay? They've been at it for several months, and they're going to stay at it, but they're becoming more and more irrelevant in my daily life. And the main people who had started this whole thing, they're done. They're like, hey, we're done. We don't want any more. Call off the dogs. We're done. Another guy that I was going, at it, we were fighting, whatever, dealing with it, whatever. It was back and forth. He's the same thing. He's like, I'm done. I don't want to fight anymore. Let's just call it quits. And I'm the same way. And then even two others, their channels are basically were left in ruins. The few people's channels just got completely wrecked because of this. And thank God ours didn't. It keeps growing. But those people did that to themselves, and one of them in particular by being a hoaxer and a fraud. And that's what he gets. That's what happens when you play around and do what he did. Just be a big old liar. And so, yeah, his channel got left in ruins and he abandoned it, and that was it, whatever. Or he went underground behind the paywall, whatever he did. You don't see him all the time anymore. And still another one has really scaled back on the underhanded telling people this, telling people that, because he's realizing everything was coming back. And so what you had was a dissolving, if you will, of this alliance that took place. Everybody's just war weary. We're tired. Let's get it over with. And then these other two inserted themselves, or at least one of them did. And, one of them talks about how this is a fake war, whatever. I assure you, if you live through this 6 months of just constant, nonstop harassment, I mean, it was every day, every day. Imagine eating, sleeping, whatever. And people on the show were like, oh, we don't want to hear about it. Well, you kind of had to, because I'm coming to this job to tell you this show, to tell you this field, whatever you want to call it. And it's weighing on my mind because I just got done being attacked again. And these people were relentless, and they are relentless, and they don't stop, and they really don't have much mercy. The only thing you can do is have one up on them. And I think now I thought I had survived and not having to sue people or go into legal whatever, but now I may have to. I may have to take the money that I want for a camera to go and do investigations and all that fun stuff and turn it into a legal fund. And just pay for my legal counsel and go after these people, because I cannot allow them to take what I've built. And quite frankly, I don't want to have to do that. But I'm not going to be threatened. I'm not going to be shook down. I'm not going to be cajoled. I'm not going to be forced out of this field. If I leave this field, which is possible, I'm going to do it on my terms. And even if they take this channel, that's not going to stop me, because, as you know, I have more listeners on the podcast than I do on the live stream. You'll stop the live stream temporarily, but it's not going to stop me. And I'll just go to another platform, which we've been debating about moving to anyway. So it could be a blessing in disguise. But there are people in my camp who also are really just war weary and tired. They're sick of fighting, and they didn't sign up for this. And I understand, and I have a clear vision of what I think we need and what I think we want in this community. Besides peace and truth and reality, we want all of this nonsense taken away, the wheat from the chaff, if you will. And we want to know what is real. We want to see what is real. We want to be a part of what's real, and not this nightmare that has become the frauds and the hoaxers and the hoodwinkers and all the other shenanigans that's going on. And there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. And every day I'm having to tell somebody and prove myself. Somebody said, this guy can't live 660. Dude, I put a video out there. It's out there. Go look for it. Okay. It was on my live stream even. We did it. We did the incline. We did the bench. What more do you want, dude? What else do you want? I have lifted the weight you told me that I could not do. You said I could not do these things. I did them. And I've put videos out there of it. People said, oh, you're not big and fat. I put a video of my hitting the speed bag. I don't owe you an explanation anymore. I'm not going to try and prove anything. If you want to call me names and say all kinds of silly things in your chats and whatever, do what you got to do. You want to come for me and come for my channel, then do what you got to do. But I'm telling you right now, be prepared for a fight, because I didn't get this far in this field and go this long by being stupid and allowing somebody to just completely wreck everything I've built. It will be a mutually assured destruction. Trust me, if I'm going to be destroyed or be in whatever, then I'm throwing everything I have to defend it in my community. I will defend my community, because I thought about it long and hard today. I love my community. I love you guys. I love the show. I don't hate any of these people. Really, the ones that have attacked me, I don't hate them. I do not hate them. I pity some of them, and some of them I just despise the way that they are. But I don't hate them. There's no people that I actually hate, because I know that at the end of the day, we are all just souls. Some of us are good and we do bad things. Some of us are truly bad and we do every now and then a good thing, which gives me hope that maybe those people can eventually transcend and get to where they need to be. I believe that the alien abduction phenomena is a very real part of this puzzle. If it wasn't, then me and Barton Nunley would not have literally just kind of stumbled upon it when we weren't looking for it. Now, you can call us crazy. You can say that we're woo or whatever the names, labels, whatever. I used to be an aper. I used to be a flesh and blood Bigfoot and even a flesh and blood dog man. And now, after listening to hundreds and hundreds of people, I don't know. I used to have a certain opinion about what I thought a ghost was, or a demon, or an angel. And I thought that I knew what lied beyond. What is beyond the threshold? Death is a threshold, right, to another reality. I thought I knew what that was until I got given dozens and dozens of reports of NDEs, near-death experiences, people having out-of-body experiences, people astral projecting, not even trying, and going like, dude, I was out of my body. I looked like this. I looked like that. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of interviews with people, talking to them about their stories, about what happened to them when they saw the dog man or a Bigfoot or a crawler or a flying humanoid, something that looked more like a vampire. And all these different types of scenarios with spirits, every type of spirit you can imagine. From people working in a museum and being attacked by the ghost of what looked like a samurai. Weird, weird, wild stuff. Somebody swimming in a creek and getting grabbed by a hairy arm that tried to pull them into an embankment. Weird stuff. People being taken aboard what they don't know, whether it's a craft or some sort of building where they see all kinds of weird phenomena in cages, or what would be amount to behind glass. What are these stories? I mean, what's to make? What are we to make of these things? People seeing weird merman looking creatures in the water. People seeing things that shouldn't exist anymore, like the guy near Prem who saw the saber-toothed cat. What is that? Or the woolly mammoth that we talked about when David Weatherly was on the show. What are these things? See, that's what I do. I'm a Fortean researcher. Fortean. Look it up. Because I'm interested in the unknown. I'm interested and I want answers just like you do. We're headed down this road. And that's what this show was built for. That's what it was made for. It was not made for war. Unfortunately, as the captain of this ship, I have had to turn it into a defense, to defend us, to defend our beliefs, to defend those that are a part of the show, whether they're, on the show or they work for us with the show. There's 8 of us that work on the show. And my listeners, who are the most important, the life's blood. They are the life's blood. You, the listeners, are the life's blood. And there's a lot of you. There's 30,000 of you on 31.8, something like that. We crossed over on YouTube. Very real, all real numbers. No fraudulent numbers. We don't tell AI generated stories. We don't do that. None of this fake stuff. We work very hard. No fake subs. No fake comments. No fake likes. No fake views. All real. No artificial flavoring, coloring, whatever. Organic. And we strive for that. And we take great, great pride in bringing you that. And if other people want to take what we have and destroy it, well, it's my duty to defend it. Do I want to have to keep defending? No, I don't. Sometimes it's difficult to tell who to trust, who to know, who's legit and wants peace, and who's just trying to, pee down your back and tell you it's raining. And that's a problem. And that's a problem that I face every day, folks, because I get snarky attacking messages every day from different fields. It's bad enough when you're in one field, but imagine being in 3. And when you're in the trifecta and you're doing work, well, people start to take notice, and then they start to see that you have an audience, and they want some of that. They want what you've built. It's always been the, I guess, the burden of the hard worker. You work really hard, and then there's people who don't, or at least in the field that you're in. I don't mean that they're not hard workers in their respective field, that their day job, whatever. And they want what you have. Because why not me? Why is my research not important? One of you out there, actually, I was listening. You had a little something there. There was some recordings and things. And I was thinking to myself, I found myself listening to his show. And I thought, why doesn't he just do this? Why doesn't he just do this? This is good. Go out and get that evidence, whatever you want to call it. Do the field research and get the sounds of these creatures. Do that. Instead, you waste your time attacking me and my work and me just as a person. Most of it was just ad hominem attacks on me as a person. Why? Can you imagine, folks, how much we could do if we quit focusing on each other and picking each other apart and tearing people limb from limb on this platform that we have, and we just used it for our work? We just used it to do good and to help each other and to bring each other, because some of these guys are smart. I mean, they're not all a bunch of dummies. Some of them are grifters, and there's nothing you can do. They're here simply for the grift. They don't believe in it. Don't let them fool you. They do not believe in it. They are only grifting. And then there's some of them who claim to be skeptics, but really they seem like cynics, and they seem like downright Machiavellian bad guys, because they go after people unprovoked. And I don't want to insult their intelligence, because they're not stupid people. They could actually do a little something with themselves if they really wanted to. So let's not say, hey, they're just, whatever. Now they make mistakes like everybody else. But I can say this: if they just packed it up and quit going after everybody else and did their own work, there's a lot that could be accomplished. And some of them, though, I don't think they have anything else. That's all they can do. So if that's all you want to do, then go after the people who are really causing the problems. Not a guy and his people who are just trying to do a show, who are doing what you claim to be doing, which is bring the truth to the audience. That's it. That's all we want. And Corey Cole says, nope, they're stupid. Yeah, I mean, they're stupid to a degree in the decisions that they make, but we are all stupid and we all make bad decisions. And as everybody knows me, I am a forgiving person to a degree. But there are certain things that you can't. There's just too much, and I'm kind of to the point right now to where it's like, it's just too much. There's certain things I'm tired. I'm really tired. And maybe this, getting wore down by 6 months of constant, just perennial warfare is just wore me down. And then the next person just got it, that's how it goes. But I'm really tired. And so I have to do a lot of soul searching. I will be on the air tomorrow. And then beyond that, I'll have to take it day by day. Tonight would be the night that I would sit up here and I would record the show for Tuesday, but I don't know that there's going to be a Tuesday show, folks. And I hate to tell you this right now, because I need some time. I need some time to process. I need some time to think. And as much as I hate to say it, I'm burned out. Not from the show, but from all this warfare that's going on. Although I'm being told it's all in my head. It's fake, according to this one guy. You couldn't be more wrong, sir. You have no idea. I could show you files and files of just screenshots of people attacking. Some of these people have no idea who they are. No idea. Some of these people I do know. And they've been swayed and convinced by the people that we were dealing with. because those people pretended like they were good Christian people when they really weren't, and they really aren't. Now, you mentioned something, this one guy, you mentioned something about turning the other cheek and what happened to that. You're right. That brought me down a peg, and I will say this, I should have turned the other cheek, but I only have two. And you can only get slapped so much, and then you get really sick of it. Now, I forgive, and I will continue to forgive because that's what we're supposed to do. But it doesn't mean I have to be bullied, harassed, and threatened. Yep, and there's a lot of people who are piggybacking on me. I had somebody message me today, and he said something, and I'm going to close with this, and this is it. Hold on. And if I do decide to carry on, which I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want it to come as a surprise if I'm not dropping new material daily like I was. Just keep that in mind. Okay? I'm just tired. There was somebody on it, and there are still a few people that I really need to get them on here to speak before if I do, or when, or if we do leave, or take a break, or whatever. And my fear is this: we have a lot of momentum, and the show's growing. It's going to kill the growth, and if it does that, then I don't think I want to come back. I'm afraid that if I do leave, it's just going to be, like I'm going to like it. I'm going to like the peace. I'm going to like not being in war and not caring about what these people do or say about me anymore. And maybe just not come back. That's a fear, because there's a big part of me that says, I need to be here. No, gosh, I'm not going to sit up here and tell you that God told me to be here. I'm not that kind of person. All right. I have my limits and I get upset. Yes. I get emotional. Yes. I am an emotional person at times. I get very heated and I feel a certain way. But you can only do so much. You can only go so far. We saw the light at the end of the tunnel, and it looked like the end of the road for us. We didn't have to keep fighting. And then these people come down from space. And Mike says they're just dumb trolls. Yeah, I wish they were just dumb trolls, but I heard Anthony sneeze. Bless you. Hear him sneezing in the next room. Sneeze so loud with the door closed. Well, it's not all soundproof on that side, but you can hear him. I can tell you this. I don't want to have to go away, but maybe, possibly for my own peace of mind and the way I feel, I just need to, because I'm so worked up, that I'm on high alert with anything that anybody says because I've been getting attacked nonstop. I liken it to this, and here's an analogy. My friend used to raise German Shepherds. Now, I don't know why he did this, but he also had cats, and he would breed them, but he would put them out in the cages outside. And the German Shepherds would run up to the cages and just bark at those cats all day long and night and just threaten them, basically. Until finally I told him, I said, look, you're my friend, but this is cruel. Those cats have been subjected to those dogs' threats every day. He goes, well, they're safe. They're behind a cage, whatever. I said, it doesn't matter. Imagine the psychological effect that has on those cats. One of the cats began to lose her hair and neglected her babies. And I said, dude, do something about it. He wouldn't do anything about it. So one day I did something about it, and I took the cats out of the cage after I put the dogs and chained them up. I handled dogs at one point, so it's not hard for me to deal with a dog. I don't care even if it's an aggressive dog. I'm not afraid of dogs at all. And so I went back there, having known the dogs for a little while, and I didn't know exactly what to expect because he wasn't with me. And I chained them up, and I went and I took the cats away from him. He didn't like that. He threatened me. And I told him, I said the alternative was calling somebody to come and do it, because these cats were psychologically being destroyed and they were dying, and they clawed the crap out of me. Sometimes I feel like that, those cats. I feel like, you know, like I'm just constantly, they're in your face constantly. And it's not fun. There's only so much you can take. And then you're just like, I'm done. I'm just, you can laugh at it and make it to be a joke or whatever you want to do and try to make it into funny, And then after a while, you're like, yeah, I'm getting really tired of the joke. There's a new one every day, and then it's not funny anymore. It's becoming annoying. There's something needs to be done about it. Someone needs to be made an example of, and that's the truth. And this one person said that my channel being taken down will teach me a lesson. No, that's going to be a lesson that you're going to learn too. And whoever tries to do that, it's going to be a bad one for everybody. Because I can afford to lose my channel. Because I can just go on the other platforms that I'm on. I get more views on there anyway. Or I'll just recreate another one and do my best to follow the strict guidelines or whatever it is, because everybody violates them throughout this whole war. Everybody was violating. You're not supposed to make videos about people and make fun of them and mock them and blah, blah, blah. I know, because we've been in contact with YouTube and they said, well, that's not correct. I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't make videos, pieces of people, one, hour video, 30-minute video, just about a person. Just tearing down today we're going to talk about this particular individual and we're going to tear them apart limb from limb. I don't do that. Especially if this person has not done anything to me. Now, when they get together in a group and they act like animals, like pack of wild dogs, yeah, I'm going to come on here and I'm going to tell you something about the people who are doing what they're doing. But I don't actually make a show and put their picture up there and put their channel up there and then put clips of them talking and break it down and make fun of them and use it as a way to tug at people's emotions. I've never done that. And I'm not going to do that. What we want is peace. And that's not a way to achieve it. But when you're constantly buzzing around, what do you think is going to happen? You're going to go to somebody's comment section and say things and blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to notice that you're there, that you're always there. It would be better if we all could just talk to one another, but that doesn't seem to work. And by the same token, I know people who've tried to talk to these people and they've given me horror stories about how they said, yeah, everything's cool, and then immediately went in on them. It happened to me 2 weeks ago. Guy said, yeah, we're cool, everything's cool, peace, and then immediately went after me. I don't even know what to say anymore. So then it just becomes, So what we need is prayer. That's all we can do. We can pray. We can hope. And I'm not a prayer grifter. I don't pretend to be a Christian so that I can get people to donate money to me. I was accused of that too. But the truth be told, I don't think these people really know me. And they don't know who I am. They don't watch my show every day. They just watch, they skim through it so they can find things to attack. They don't understand the connection that I have to you guys. They don't understand how much I actually love you guys. They don't understand that because they don't feel that way. They don't have an audience that they are extremely connected to. They're happy that a few people tell them, attaboy, go attack the bad guy. And a few people go into their comment section and make fun of me. And they like that. Do those people have any clue how much I care about you? No, they don't. Do they have any clue how much I care about this community? No, they don't. They claim to have the same goal that I have, which is to rid this community of this infected, pus-filled wound that won't heal and cutting out the cancer. But every time I turn around, they're attacking me. So I don't think we have the same goal in mind, unless I'm mistaken. Prove to me, show me something that says, hey, you know what? We're still on the same page. Because at this point, I don't know. I think that maybe I thought we were, but an unprovoked attack by this guy. I mean, I don't know this guy. The guy with the beard. I don't know him. He just out of left field. Still has not given a reason why he did what he did. He was questioned on another channel about it, on Clough's. Forgive me, Clough. I don't remember the name of your channel. Dang it. I don't know if he's in the chat, but if somebody could give me the name of his channel. I don't have it memorized. And honestly, this is the real honest truth. I don't have the other guy's channel memorized. I don't know the names of their channels. Okay. I don't have time for that. Okay. I'm very busy, but Clough has a channel. Christopher Clough has a channel and he defends me. He does. I don't tell him to do that. I do not tell him to go out and make a video. I have not done that. And in fact, as of late, there have been some things that he's posted that I'm like, dude, you know, hey, do what you got to do, man. Do what you got to do. If you feel strongly about it, do what you got to do. But I don't want to be connected to every single negative thing that someone says about someone. Okay. But he's doing the same thing. Like he's calling out these people, but he's calling out the real ones, the real people that are doing the bad things. Well, it's called Clough Paranormal Drama and Things. Okay. And it's just like these other people. They make these videos who they go after people. But Clough, I believe, he's going after people who, yeah, whatever. Now, I don't condone everything he says or does. I'm not affiliated or connected with it. Okay. So don't get it twisted. But he said something, and that guy, he had no answer to him. It was just nitpicking, arguing, and never could tell him why. That's the big question, is why? Why did you do it? I mean, you obviously saw the people that I was engaged with. How can you, as a serious person who's against hoaxing and fraud, look at them and then look at me and say, he's the guy that I'm going to go after? Are you like, what? What's going on there, dude? What are you doing? I don't know. Are you on shore leave that you're just, I don't know. What are you doing? I have no idea. Several of my constituents, I call them constituents because they're people that I do business with in this field, they messaged me and they were like, what in the hell is this? And I was like, I have no idea. Who is this guy? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. And I ignored it. And so he made another one. You know, and then it was, my response was like, look, dude, I mean, I was told that there were two. I went and I looked and I found one. I don't know if the other one got taken down because I have no idea. I can't keep up with these people. I went and I said something on there and he made it out like I gave a crap about it. I just wanted to say something because a bunch of people were saying what he was saying and it wasn't true. And we know that he was connected to a bunch of people that, I don't know who in that bunch got into it and said, hey, let's do this, but they did it. And now this other guy's involved. So that's my fault. But I was just going by what I saw. Which was, hey, everybody. Hi, Kate. What are you doing? The chat. Patsy, how you doing? Corey. Madeline. Moon at Noon. All the usual suspects are here. Amy Creel. Good people. Nice people. Everybody's been so kind. And it would be a shame to leave. And I'm not saying I am. And I'm not going to yank your chain and say, I'm out of here, because I said it earlier on Facebook. I was upset. I was extremely upset. And I still can't wrap my mind around the whole thing. It's like I still don't understand why these people came after me. When you saw one of them did a video about one of the people that I was engaged with, like, dude, we've talked. You know where I stand. Kate, thank you for that donation. I appreciate it. You're such a nice person. You always come through. And I cannot understand. I don't get it. I don't understand. And Louis Maddox says, just block them and get everyone else to. We tried that with the Filthy Five, and unfortunately, they had multiple accounts. And I cannot talk a lot about that, but it has been proven recently that one of the accounts, it's been proven like it's a matter of record now. Well, I guess I can talk about it, that they were behind a fake account. So that has been proven. I forgive them, but they did it. They did it. I mean, there's two actually that they've been proven. One's been proven in a court of law just the other day because they're going through a legal battle right now with their family. And so the court records show that they were behind the fake accounts. So what I had been saying was true. It doesn't mean I want to open up a front with them and fight with them some more because what's done is done. But I was right. And it was fraudulent. And I kept saying it. And there's other things that I'm going to be right about too. But now at this point, what does it matter? What do I even care anymore? This heightened state of, I'm that cat in the cage. You're just, I'm sick of being attacked. My wife is sick of being attacked. They're like, she starts drama. She goes everywhere, starting drama. No, she's going everywhere defending me. She's defending my ass. And I hate it. I hate that she has to do that. And no matter where I go, I get attacked. They made up stories and lies about my conferences. The only blessing I can say is that they've left most of my people that I deal with alone so they don't have to be hit by the shrapnel, by the whatever. It hasn't slowed down people wanting to work with me. It hasn't stopped my listeners from showing up. People are tired of hearing it. Oh, yeah, you're tired of hearing it. But I'm tired of going through it. And some people will say, oh, well, you brought it on yourself. You caused, you did this, you did that. Well, let me ask you this. What would you do in my position? If every day of your life you're being attacked, if they make huge things up on you and go to Reddit and do whatever, Reddit's garbage, trash anyway, but it's just like they cite that all the time. Oh, Reddit. So because that's the guy, the therapist, that's his people that started that a long time ago. And I've defended myself over and over again about that. If somebody attacked you on the day your mother died, wouldn't you defend yourself? Which is really where this all started. Because a couple of those people, they were following a vendetta, I believe, that started with that situation. And when I try to reach out to that guy, he says, oh, I'm glad to be rid of him, whatever. Yeah, you could have helped. Same thing with the lady who remote views. She could have helped. She was involved in this at the beginning and then excused herself. And when I tried to reach out to her to help me resolve this, nothing, crickets. They all enjoyed watching everybody fight. All of them. And then other people were inserting themselves into it and just flat out making stuff up every time something happened. Oh, it was because of that. You don't know who to trust. You don't know who to believe. You don't know which way you're going. You're turned around and you're fighting everybody because everybody's coming at you from different angles. When you're fighting 5, 6, 7 opponents and they all have channels and they're just using those channels to slam you 24/7. And you can block, delete all you want. There were people who were buying into it. They were going over there and listening and telling me that I was a bad guy. And then I had to sit there and have many personal conversations with people and show them the truth and tell them the truth and show them, look, what should have happened was just a lawsuit against all of them. But that takes a lot of money. And in the middle of the things that I got going on, I can't throw out that much money to sue everybody. I could sue one or two. And so I got to pick who and choose carefully because maybe somebody needs to be taken and dealt with in that way. I don't want to go there. I don't. I've tried everything. I thought I had gotten away to avoid having to go into that realm, turning it over to lawyers and everything else. But do I do that? Yeah, I guess I have to because I have to defend what's ours. And I say ours, I mean ours. The people that are here listening to me right now that are in the chat, this is ours. This is our community. We love this community. That's why we're here. We want answers to the world's mysteries. And maybe we don't solve them, but the journey is part of it, right? And we do come up with some pretty damn good postulations, some theoretical, whatever. Food for thought. I always say, I don't know if the stories are true or real because all I know is what people tell me. And yes, it's true. Part of what I do is secondhand storytelling. And then people come on and they tell their stories. Does it mean that they're being honest? I don't know. I can't say whatever they say is true. I'm not going to say that. I don't ever post real, true ghost stories. I don't do that because you don't know. And even if you go out into the field and you're a boots on the ground researcher and you take video of what you believe to be this or to believe to be that, can you say that that's what it is definitively? You can say no. You can say, I believe this is what it is. That's called having integrity. That's what's right. And I try to do that to the best of my ability. Now, do I get carried away at times? Yeah. Do I get aggravated? Yeah. Do I make fun and joke around a little too much sometimes? Yeah. Sometimes I do. Because you're so damn tired of it. Because the way that I learned coming up abused and being in an abusive household from the time I was a small child, physically abused for a long, long time. You know how I dealt with it? Was humor. I'd laugh. Humor was my escape. My mom and my dad both had a really strong sense of humor, and sometimes I could crack a joke and get them to not be so cruel. So it became a way to, hey, let's not do this. Example, my dad was taking his belt off to give me a spanking, and he was like, you're free to get about 20 licks right now. And I said, well, I got about 24 yesterday. Can we just tack those onto today? And I get 16. And my dad started laughing, and, well, he didn't hit me. Andrew Brown's, maybe you're right. It won't stop until they're no longer acknowledged. We tried that for a while, and, well, that just seems to intensify. And it's not just something that they do on here, on the, you know what I mean? They go channel to channel, chat to chat, and they were very busy going to different people that I know and basically just making up outright lies and saying, you know what he said about you? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm not going to say these people's names because I don't want to drag them into it, but they would call me and say, look, I will say this. One of my friends, and I will say his name, Ron Murphy, he's a good friend of mine. He's written books. Someone called him. Someone called him and told him not to go to my conference, that I wouldn't pay him, and that I said that I wasn't going to do that. That is a lie. That was an absolute vicious lie. Not only did I pay Ron, pay for his hotel, There's a tradition in this conferences, these Bigfoot conferences, UFO conferences, paranormal conferences, whatever, where they pay the headline speakers and the smaller speakers just kind of, you should be happy to be there. Kind of like a team in the NFL that's just happy to make the playoffs, or in the NBA, hey, you made the playoffs, be happy. I didn't do that. I paid every single person that spoke at my conference. Christopher Jordan was one of them. If you spoke at my conference, you got paid across the board. That guy told him that, and he told me this after the fact. He didn't tell me before the conference because he showed up a couple weeks go by and he says, I want to tell you something, because all this mess was going on. He says, one of these guys called me up and told me this. And I said, these people that don't like me, they will stop at nothing to see me driven from this field. Lies, slander, libel, defamation, it does not matter. They will do anything and everything. So that is an example of something that you can't block and delete. And there are multiple examples of that, of them going to other people, 2 or 3 at a time, 2 or 3 of them, and get together and coordinate a lie and tell that person that I said this and I said that and I said, and it's not true. Absolutely not true. Even go so far as to say they had me recorded saying it, and I challenge you. I said, throw the recordings down. Let's do it. Play those play these conversations that we had. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. None of this. Hey Shane, how you doing? What's up, buddy? How's the newborn? Keeping you up at night? None of this is something that we could just block and delete. And that's something that the audience and the listeners just said, I'm so tired of this. And and I know you are, and I am too. But you got to understand, it's not something that you could block and delete and just make it go away. I even had these people threatening to destroy my business. And I had one of them, the psychologist, she made up a rumor about a home invasion, trying to conspire to pin felonies on my nephews and me, and sat there on her page day after day and lied and said that we were attacking her and threatening her, and that she had come to Texas and that we chased her all over Texas. And I'm like, wow. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable. And what was even worse was there were people that were messaging me and saying, is this true? Like, hell no, it's not true. I mean, come on, use common sense. When do I have time to do that? But these people are so convincing. So there is no just blocking and deleting and hoping that it all just goes away. What does he say? Electric says, I feel like these latest weirdos are least known of those weirdos, looking at the growth these other channels got for attacking PRT's motivation. The only thing about that is, though, it's short term. That's the good thing. It's short term. And it'll burn out. And then because people run over there and look, and then they won't go again. And then that's it. Then once they know what you're about, and it's going to actually hurt them in the long run, because it hurt the Filthy Five. Their channels began to decline. And it's something that me and Mike actually talked about from AI. He said, look, dude, this has hurt my channel bad. Yeah, you get some short-term burning fuel, but then everybody sees what's going on and they don't like you anymore. And then it just, and so that's what happened. And that's what's going to happen. So their plan is to destroy me, take me down. If they can't build theirs up, then we just knock you down. And they've been trying to do that for a long time. And so that's it. So, if they succeed, then there'll be a huge legal battle, because I'm going straight for the throat. I'm going to put everything I have into it. And yes, and this is a very, very important. And this is why I keep telling people that you can't just block and delete this. This is not a block and delete solution. We blocked and deleted over 200 or 300 accounts. They were spamming fake accounts. It was a constant thing. One of them even claimed that we hacked into their bank account. I mean, it was a nightmare. The accusations, or that we were involved in helping kidnap their child and all this other stuff because they had a dispute with the wife. Whatever. Dude, it was unbelievable. And then 2 of them admitted to doing witchcraft to a third one that defected and said, look, I don't want to be a part of this. And they it said that they were doing this to us. They were doing witchcraft to us. They admitted it to their ally. Oh, yeah. Another one gave us information, and then when we put it out there, they turned around and said, look at what you did, and acted like they were offended. And I'm like, what the, dude, it's a nightmare to go through what we did. And for these other people to jump in and trivialize it and act like you didn't go through nothing. It's a fake war in your head, whatever. This ain't, Sopranos, whatever. Dude, if you only knew what it's like to be harassed 24/7 for 6 months straight. To feel like that cat in the cage, its hair's falling out because you got 2 shepherd dogs barking at you, growling at you, constantly trying to get to you. How do you sleep? Constantly under attack. You just have to ignore. You have to totally ignore as best you can and then deal with it. And how do you attack back? Because you don't even know, because it's a hydra. You're fighting, you don't even know. You have to expose it. You have to expose it. And the reason you have to expose it, folks, and it's the growing pains, I get it, because they will do this to other people, and they will continue to do this, and this community will be rife with it until someone stands up and says enough is enough and makes an example of these people. So I think that what needs to happen is legal. And I think somebody needs to be held accountable and made an example. And for future people that want to go and do these things to people, and they can say, look at what happened. Thank you, Joyce, for that. We're about to drop a few more songs. And Dana, I don't know about the witchcraft, if they were really doing it or not. We were told by one of their constituents that they were doing it and that they admitted it to them. And I tend to believe the person because they're not the first one who has said this. There have been multiple people who've said this. When they've dealt with these people, they came under strong spiritual attack. Now, the atheists out there will say, that's a bunch of poo-poo cock. I don't believe any of that, whatever. It doesn't matter what you believe. It matters what they believe with the intent. Energy is energy, right? So there's that. Tomorrow night, we'll be here again. And hopefully that brings some things into perspective for you guys. Maybe you'll understand where I'm coming from. Hopefully we won't have to talk about this tomorrow. I would like to have peace. I'd like for there to be a resolution and just go on with my life. But I don't know if that's possible, folks. I don't. I wish. There are no friends in this situation, 86, when it comes to those people. They don't have friends. They have shifting alliances, and they look at everybody as an object to be used. And what ultimately happens, they turn on that person or persons, and they move on to the next whatever. I don't know that any of them really have friends. When your whole gig is just tearing people down, do you really have friends? I don't think so. Exactly, Elastic Machinery. That was a crazy. Her own people, like, yeah, if you read the screenshots, her own people were like, "What in the hell?" It was just a little far fetched. But yet it was allowed to go on and on and on and on. So I don't know what the future is going to hold. I just hope that we can move past it and go on, and maybe. I mean, I was seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, I was thinking maybe this is it. I was just so angry with all the crap that had happened, and was just so tired of it, dude. And I just was like, you make mistakes, you try to do what's right, but then you don't know who's who. Thank you, Dana. I appreciate that comment. Thank you to everybody who donated. Thank you, Kate Hunter. You and a handful of others are really the ones that keep us going. Y'all are the life's blood of this show. I thank you for showing up and being supportive. And I appreciate everybody that gives us the views, the likes, the good, nice comments. It all helps. And I appreciate everybody's donation, no matter what size it is. Because I don't know what the future holds now, so I'm going to have to do who knows what. I promise you this. I give you my word. If you stick with me, there will come a day, I do believe, that there will be peace. It may not be the perfect peace that we want everything to be fine. But I will be at peace because hopefully the worst of it will be gone. I'm never going to be one to back down from a fight. I'm not going to let people bully me and push me around. Y'all know that. But I won't be so quick to anger because of all this constant barking and I hope that I clarified things with you and why I couldn't just block and delete. We were getting phone calls too, is another thing. I blocked over 100 numbers. I got them all right there in my phone. Literally getting phone calls from all of our numbers. We have all these different phone numbers. And they were getting called at all hours of the day and night. And you just had to keep blocking them, keep blocking them, keep blocking them. You have no idea. You have no idea what we went through. It was like I told Garitano one day, it's like the Amityville Horror without the ghosts. And even then, there were some ghosts. There was some demonic activity or something going on. But it was just a horror show. And so people, they trivialize it. Oh, it couldn't have been that bad. That didn't happen. No, he didn't go through that. Just like they said, I can't lift this much weight. He can't lift that weight, even though I made the videos and they're there. None of that happened. It's all he's just in his head. He just, let's focus on taking him down. Why? Because America. I don't know, because just, I still don't know why this guy attacked. I still don't know. He's never given an answer. He can't. He doesn't have one. Or does he? And I'm still, at this point in time, I am still willing to just let things go. If you leave me alone, I leave you alone. Move away from it. I'm still willing to just turn the other cheek if I have to. You look your way, I look mine. I don't know you. I don't. And I don't understand why you did what you did. Do you even know why? Yes, thank you for that comment. That's exactly right. No one knows the reality. It took its toll. It took its toll. Tony was wanting to quit. He wanted to quit. He said, I can't, my heart, I just don't want to do it. So he comes and goes. He said they took the fun out of it. And they did. But hopefully we'll get it back, right? Pray for me. I got some decisions to make. I got some things I got to do. I got a lot to think about. I have a lot going on in my business, in my jobs. And I say jobs because I have multiple businesses. I have a lot to think about. I have a lot to do. Got a lot of financial decisions to make that are going to affect me for the rest of my life. You know, I'm 48 years old. I'm not a young man anymore. I look younger than I am. I've been blessed with genes, you know, the look. When I was younger, I had a baby face, and I was always like, he's a baby. And I didn't like the way I looked. And now I'm like, thank God, face. Because I don't have a lot of wrinkles. And I don't, you know, I just, like I said, cold showers. I take cold showers 5 to 7 minutes, usually sometimes even 8 minutes. I'll take, you know, cold shower, do the Wim Hof breathing. I have a very muscular frame, but I have a little bit of a punch too. And people like to pick on that, but they mistake this mass for fat. It's not. It's not a bunch of fat. And yes, I do lift an enormous amount of weight. I can do it. I videoed it. Some people said it was stupid and childish to give them what they wanted and show it, but I wanted to show you, prove to you that I'm not a liar, I'm not a fake, I'm not a fraud, I'm not a hoaxer. And I'm not trying to hoodwink you. The people I was fighting with, oh, very much. Golden Gate Bridge and everything. Which is why it was so shocking that this other guy just came out of whatever. And I got aggravated. But it is what it is. Thank you, Bernard Fox. You're such a good guy, man. I still have the wooden thing that you get with the writing on it that you gave me at the conference. It's really neat. It's a really neat thing. Thank you, Joyce. I'm glad you appreciate it. She says, I enjoy the exercise advice and also showing the videos. I did make a video, too, to show you about that middle muscle in there. And I'm sorry to say this, and I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know the name of it because, well, stupidly, I've never looked it up to see what the name of that muscle is. And now you guys that watch the show regularly, you know me. I'm not just going to try and act smart and go, oh, that's the anterior incrucian, because I'm not going to make up some bull crap. I don't know the name of that muscle, but it's in there in the middle of your, you know, between the rear and front delts. Okay. And I know it exists, and I know that you have to, you know, a buddy of mine was sports medicine, well, a couple of them, and my other friend, she was one too, and they told me, you know, look, do this exercise, and it was great advice, and over the years, it's kept my rotator cuffs in place. I would advise against doing the flat bench because it could tear your rotator cuffs to pieces. Also, I know people like to do deep squats. I did squats last night. I did 200 of them. Oh, no, he didn't do that. I don't believe he did that. He's full of crap. Oh, whatever. Okay. I do 225. Sometimes I do 315, but I don't do 200 with that. That's way too much weight. Who the hell does that? Hercules, 185 to 225, and I do 200. And I go as deep as I can, but I don't go all the way touching, you know, because your knees. And when you get to be a little older, you got to watch the old joints. So, yeah, be careful. Now, I talked to somebody who asked me a question. Jody, I'm going to answer the question for you. She's asking a question her and her husband wanted to know. What is a good supplement to take for my joints? I will tell you, chondroitin, MSM, and glucosamine. Now, you can get those. Now, it's so popular that all three of them come in a formula where you can get them all three together. But I will also recommend hyaluronic acid. Hyaluronic acid was developed by the Japanese and it also helps with skin and making you look and feel younger. Unfortunately, I can no longer take hyaluronic acid, and I haven't been able to take it for the last 4 years because of my blood pressure problems. It can, I believe, raise your blood pressure just a bit. I don't think it did it too drastically with mine, but it was already so high. My goodness, I didn't need more. So my wife said, nope, can't take that. So we took it off the table for me, but for you, if you are okay and you're a healthy adult who doesn't have extreme high blood pressure, you should be okay. But I can't promise you that because I'm not a sports nutritionist. I'm just an herbalist that is a side thing I like with my wife to do holistic healing. I think it works. I think it works. Sophie, thank you for that donation. And running for muggers. You can do that too. Yes, shoulder surgery is the worst. I have a good friend of mine who went through shoulder surgery and he's still having problems. My stepdad, really nice guy, had multiple back surgeries and it just messed him up even more. It's a nightmare. He can barely walk. Sophie, thank you for that donation. I could say this at the end of the day, people are people. And people got upset when I forgave some of the people for the things that they did. Did they put me through hell? Yes, they did. Does it mean that I'm laying down and, letting them run me over? Because some people said that. I said, you don't even know the situation. No. I want peace, and now they've left me alone. So I'm happy. It's all I ever wanted. I gave as good as I got. I gave back, and I fought back. Their life was hell too because I didn't pull the underhanded, sneaky stuff they did, but I did put them on blast. Every time I caught them doing something underhanded and dirty, I exposed it. There it is right there. So there you go. So it was tit for tat. But who the hell wants to live like that? Not you, not me, not anybody. And who wants to talk about it ad nauseum? Nobody does. Nobody wants to hear it. Nobody wants to deal with it. But it was the reality that we lived in for 6 months. And now we finally are seeing some light at the end of the tunnel, and we got people saying, oh, we're going to destroy you. We're going to destroy your channel. It's an ongoing saga. And that is why we are toward and just like leaning toward, you know what? It's just never going to end. It's never going to end. Like, when is the next sniper coming out of the trees? KD7 maybe says in Japan, they hit us with bamboo shafts to make us be used to it, get tough. This is character toughness, them attacking you for something later. God thinks you will need it. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, Danita Whitson's dealing with overextended tendons. Oh, that's not good. Castor oil, Tamara, that is actually a good thing. You can do that. Put it on you. And I use a lot of CBD or CBG. Now, there's a difference. CBG, folks, is made more for pain relief. Now, you can make a combination CBD, CBG, which is good for your mental health and good for the pain. But I got to caution you, and it's not something that you got to be afraid of. But you got to be careful because some of these do have THC in them, and they can make you a little bit high if you take too much. Now, a little bit is not the problem. It's too much, right? I have said this before. I am for legalization. I do believe that if you can drink, you should be able to do that. I don't see the problem. I personally do not imbibe with either one, but it's your choice, your freedom, and I believe in freedom. But I will say this. CBG and CBD both use the same receptor. You see, everybody's body, they have a little, and I don't want to go into a big old, but there's a receptor there. So you may get more of one than the other. So it would probably be best to take them separately, 4 hours apart. Take the CBG when you really feel like you're in pain. I have had good luck with a couple different supplements, and I can bring them on here one day and maybe show you. I don't have any here in the studio. CBD, CBG combination that seems to work pretty good. There's also a supplement out there that I like called Curamed. It is expensive, folks. But not only is it a really good, healthy, nutritional supplement that's full of turmeric and other things that stop inflammation, but it works just as good as aspirin or ibuprofen. In my case, my back issues and things that I've had that hurt me, like I will take that and it will totally, like it will make me feel like $1 million. It's good stuff. Look into it. we have and if you're interested in more of this, we have a group that we made for the community because we believe in the community, want to help people. And it is not our Paranormal Roundtable group. And it is not that group where they like to poke fun at me, and which is completely okay. I like the guys that are in there, and they do tease me. That is the Josh Wolf Turner fan group, whatever. That's not that group, and it's not the prayer group. It is a holistic healing group, and it is not the PRT news group. It is a totally different group. I know there's a lot of different groups, and then there's Paranormal Lounge, and then there's Barton's group, and I'm in that one. I'm an admin, and then the Bigfoot Believers, whatever. I'm an admin in that one. Point being, that is this group. What we are going to do, and you may like this, or you may not like it. It depends. We're going to make another group, and it's just going to be about Dogman. So many reports coming in, and then I like to get a little more of a feel, because I used to. I don't have as much time as I did, because used to I would get stories out of the groups, right? That was a big way that I got stories. People were like, yeah, a lot of stories. Well, I hang out in the groups. But now we don't have to do that if you don't want to. We just get them every day. There's just like piles of them coming up on the messenger and on the emails. People sending me their stories, and don't stop doing that. I'm trying to get to people. I'm trying to get to you, please. And don't feel, if you have not heard from me, send it again. Send it again and again. When you want to get a job, you just keep going up there. I tried to get a job at this place when I was a kid. I had to go up there 100 times. Finally, the manager noticed me and gave me a job. And I really wanted to work there, even though it was hard work, because it paid $1 more per hour than all my friends were making. It's kind of a status thing when you're a kid. Hey, I make $5 an hour. You're only making $4.25. And so I finally did it. But you gotta wave your hand, and so I can notice you. Send it again and again if you have to. Just resend it. Who cares? You're not going to clutter up my thing. It's already cluttered up. I'm going to find you. Okay. If you feel strongly about it, I'll find you. All right. Don't ever feel like you're bothering me. I'm a very busy guy. I've said that before, but don't feel like you're bothering me. I will always take time out of my day to do what I got to do. Today I was in and out of meetings, and I didn't get to do everything I wanted to do. Oh, boo. It happens. I got 4 hours of sleep. That's normal for me. I'm fine. What I will say, though, is this. I will always make time for the people that I love. And I love you. My audience, I love you. And even if my channel does get taken down, whether it was something that I did or something someone else does or did or whatever, just know this. I'll still be around. And you'll still be able to find me, and I'll find you. I love you. You're my people. Every one of you who comes here, all of you, Jason Broussard, all of you guys, Dana, all of you who've been with me for so long, Danita, Patsy, Tamara. I mean, Tyrone, I see you right there. Tyrone, nice guy, really good guy. Messages me all the time, checks on me, good dude. Just like Bernard Fox, just like Valerie, all you guys. Good people, Joyce, Dick Richards, what's going on, man? Barton, good guy, salt of the earth. Go check out his show. Go check out Blondes and Booze. Also, check out Matt Imsh, BMR, another one, good guy. And a bunch of them, bunch of shows. Great people, good people. You don't got to watch mine all the time. You can go watch theirs. Two Shadows, good. Thank you for that donation. Good guy to another one. KD7, I said that earlier. Football Cat, good people, always in the chats, talking to everybody. Bernard, Mike Turner, great guy. Mike and Curtis Turner, two of my favorite people, and that we're not related. Curtis is as blonde and blue eyes as you can be, and Mike Turner's African American, and he's a great guy. He's from Miami. Both of them came to my conferences. Good guys, good people. Yep. Thank you, everybody. Sage, everybody, Julie, everybody that's in the chat. I appreciate you guys being here, hanging out with me. 260 people in there, and people say, well, we don't want to hear all this other stuff, whatever. Yeah, well, fine, whatever. Some people are saying they tried to call me, but it was going straight to voicemail. I don't know what that is. I don't know. My phone's been messing up. Another thing I'm going to tell you folks, and it's really nobody's business, but I think you should understand where I'm coming from with this. We had a couple incidents where we believe people came into our neighborhood looking for us. And it's really hard when you have to walk around your own house thinking something could happen, because people were messaging us and telling us, hey, you want to talk to you. And they were telling us horror stories about the people we were dealing with and about how they had done. I don't know if this was true or not. I'm not going to sit up here and say it was, because I don't know. But they claim that they had people who went after them, physically went after them. Yeah. So when you're being told that, you know, it's unnerving, to say the least. You wonder, is somebody going to try to come into my house? Are they going to try and overpower me, hurt my family, hurt my pets? Are they going to do something while I'm asleep? I don't sleep much. I don't know. I don't know. And I'm being paranoid? No. No, because at least one of them did have a police report and said, here it is. She's like, here it is. And it was connected to something. Now, whether or not she could prove that they sent that person, somebody did happen to go after her and attack her the day or 2 days after a confrontation with these people. And there were others that said, but they didn't back it up with the police report, but they said it. And you're going like, what in the hell are these people capable of? You don't know. And I have a security business, like I've said before. I started posting guards around my house. And get this. People we were fighting with were from Oklahoma. And I'm not saying that they did this. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but imagine the psychological effect this has. 2 different Oklahoma license plates. One I witnessed myself in a black SUV. Another one was a red SUV. Another one of our friends, our constituents that lives up in Temple, Texas, got attacked the day after having a confrontation with one of these people on the internet. He was attacked in his vehicle. And he did file a police report. This is the kind of stuff that was going on. And you think that blocking and deleting was just going to make it go away, that this was a fake war that was in my head. No, it wasn't. It was not. We had death threats going up to the conference saying they were going to do this and that at the first one. Second one, not so much. We just had somebody saying they were going to come up there and they were going to beat me up. A guy from Tampa Bay or something said he was going to beat me up, which never happened. We did have one troublemaker show up, but he didn't say anything. And so who cares? He left without a problem. So that's what's going on. So 256 of you know. Tell the others, because they think that this is all just Chicken Little calling, skies falling, whatever. No. I'm not a scaredy guy. I don't go, oh my God, It's not me. But you have to be careful, because you don't know what these people are capable of. I could say this to the people who have made these wild accusations as of late, whatever. You have nothing to fear from me in any physical sense, because my hand to God, I will not send someone to do something to you. I will not come after you. I will not do this, because, as one of them said, this isn't The Sopranos. No, it's not. I'm not the Godfather. I know you like to make fun of my rings and whatever. I like jewelry. Let me show you something. This was copied. So I buy gold all the time. You see it? This was a piece that was made. It's very nice. And it came from a spoon. You know, it was from a silver spoon. It was a very beautiful piece, and I bought the silver spoon. My wife thought it was really pretty, and it fit my finger. And I thought, I don't really wear silver, but I like this. This one's really cool. So you can see the other side of it, this the silver right there, or the little deal. And I said, I'd like to get it remade in gold. So I didn't have the money to do it right then, but a couple years go by, and I have jewelers that work for me that will do work for me, and they do it at a really good price. And I bring them my gold that I've been buying and collecting for years. And so I made this. I had it made. This here is my wedding band. And what the people at QT Jewelry, they're Vietnamese, very nice people, really good. Peter and Lee. Peter, lift him up in prayer. I love him. He's a great guy. They suffered under communism, and now he's got cancer, and he's a really good friend of mine. When his store got vandalized and broken into, well, not vandalized, but broken into, we did the security for him. And I even gave him a couple days for free, not because I'm just, oh, let me tell you about how great guy I am, because they're nice people, and it was very expensive. And I wanted them to have the coverage because I like them. They're good people. They deserve it. Not unlike my friend Larry Fisher, who told the story today about helping people with the roof. He's not that guy. He's not that guy that goes and tells you, I'll do all these nice things for people, and it just sucks when life kicks you in the nards. No, Larry never talks like that, but I know Larry, and Larry will do anything for you. He will bend over backwards to help you. He's a very nice man, and I like him. Please pray for him. He lost a really good job on a roof because he's a nice guy. He could have held that person to their word and told them, hey, you said you were going to have me do it. But it was an elderly lady. She chose to go with who the insurance company recommended. Wasn't really fair to Larry. It was a buddy deal from the insurance agent, whatever. And he didn't get what he, and sometimes that happens. It's happened to me. But I'm a firm believer in karma. And I believe if you do good, you get good. And when you screw up, you pay the price. It's just the way it is. That's my jewelry. That's my wedding band. If you notice, it looks like two different rings fused together. That's because it is. I wanted a wedding band to symbolize my love for Nellie. This one just wasn't wide enough. It would have been real thin compared to my other big old jewelry. So I had two bands fused together, and QT did a great job. And there it is. They all mean something to me, my jewelry. This one was once just an idea. I said, you know what? I just want a band. I want something to put on my thumb. This one was actually a stainless steel, but I liked this hammered look, and so I got it turned into a gold ring. This is a boar's tusk. Everybody knows that. We've already been through that. This one was once a silver ring. And it was the only one like it. So somebody must have made it from a stainless steel, because I could not find a silver one like that anywhere. So somebody must have had the idea, and they had it turn a stainless steel one turned into a silver. But mine was silver. I still have it, and I turned this one into gold. Some of this gold I had from working in the nightclub. And then some of it I actually just purchased over the years. Because like I said before on my show, I encourage people to buy gold. Yeah. What does he say? Yeah, Larry's a good guy. When I read that today, it sucks. I almost wish my roof needed fixing so he could fix it. What? Alexander the Great died in Babylon. He was not buried alive. Never read anywhere about that otherwise. No, he wasn't buried alive. I actually posted something about Alexander the Great today and about his death. He was very wise. His teacher was Aristotle. Aristotle was the student of Plato, who was a student of Socrates, and of course that is why a lot of people call him the scientist king. He was as smart as he was as good a fighter. He always led from the front, and he received many wounds, 9 in particular, and was almost killed and thrown off his horse by an elephant, of all things. When he died, he made very vague, like, who should rule? He said, to the strongest. But he did have very specific instructions about his burial, and this is a myth. It's become a myth. I don't know if it's the truth, but they say that Alexander wanted all of his gold and his jewels to be scattered along the path to his tomb. He wanted his hands to stick out of his tomb. And he wanted his doctors, his physicians, to carry him to his tomb. This is the legend. This is the story, the myth. Do you know why? I'll tell you why. Because he wanted people to know that no matter how good of a doctor you have, they can't save you from death when it's your time. It's your time. And that no matter how much wealth you have, it lies scattered to the 4 winds when you die, because you're not taking it with you. It can do nothing for you in the afterlife. It's just going to be there. Very, very intelligent. There is something to be said about these myths that grow up around these famous people, whether they're real or they're not real. People will sit there and say, well, that never happened. He never said that. That was never done, or blah, 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 blah. And we don't really know. All we know is that when it's your time to go, nothing's going to stop it. Oh. Yeah. I'm going to head out, folks. I'm going to get going. And and I forgot to tell you, and Alexander's hands being out, that was to symbolize that you come into the world with nothing and you leave with nothing. Now, this could have been a myth that was just perpetuated by his people. Could have been anybody who Hephaestion, anybody, that Ptolemy, who knows? Any one of his right-hand guys, his generals, could have just said, hey, let's just make up a story. But that's what people say. It's like the legend of the Gordian knot. He cut the knot with one swipe of his blade, because the legend was whoever untied the knot, he would become the master of Asia, right? But they didn't say how to untie it. Everybody would go up there and try to untie this knot. The interesting thing about the Gordian knot, and I will say this, I, in my opinion, do not believe that human beings could have tied that knot. That knot had stood tied for countless centuries. Clitus was the one who, I believe, he said, no mortal man could tie such a knot. Even Achilles, Hercules, Perseus, they couldn't untie this knot. And Alexander took out his sword and cut it. Something that no one had ever thought about before. Nobody had ever said, hey, why don't we just cut this sucker? Doesn't say how to undo it. Doesn't say you can't use your sword. So when he cut that knot, he became the master of Asia, right? That was the legend. And then he went on to do what he did. The problem, though, is how did that knot get tied like that? Then you go to the Bible or to any religious book or any history book for that matter, and they talk about giants. There were giants in the earth in those days, right? Way back, the antediluvian. What if one of them tied it? And then humans, the diminutive humans, said, well, no one can untie this knot. The gods tied it. Well, who are the gods? And guess what? Guy comes along and says, oh, I have to untie this knot to be the master of Asia. And boom, he did it. I said this one time to somebody in a group, and they lost their crap, started arguing with me back and forth and whatever. And I'm going to say this. I made a statement, and I said that Hellenism that was spread throughout the regions that Alexander conquered were the stepping stones and the building blocks of the church. And they said, how is that even possible? I said, because Hellenism is Greek. And he spread Greek language and culture because he was Macedonian, which would have been Northern Greek, but sort of, Slavic, but more Macedonian, was more Greek. And I said that he spread it so that when the church took root, a lot of the early language of the church, especially the Gospels, was written in Greek, and it was during the Byzantine Empire. It was already established. There was Jakarta, Acadia, and all these different places, the Phoenicians, everything that was kind of descended from Alexander's reign. And the Persians had an effect on him and his people had an effect on the Persians, and there was intermarrying. And Hellenism became the order of the day in Persia, all the way up to the time of Christ. And in fact, there were cities still to this day, very Alexandrian. Egypt, there's a city called Alexandria, where hundreds of years later, the library was burned when Julius Caesar was fighting the Egyptians to help Cleopatra, who was the great-great-great-great-great-great-grandniece of Alexander. And there's the Gutarates, the port of Gutara, which was founded by Bactrian Greeks who were freed by Alexander in Asia Minor. The Phrygians, all these different people. In fact, if you look at my shirt, it even says it on there. Let's see. No mercy for the merciless. The fiend of Phrygia must fall. They're talking about Ming the Merciless. But the guy who wrote Flash Gordon borrowed the Phrygian name from the Phrygian people. Alexander drove them from the field, and their leader got on his boat and sailed away. He said, take my kingdom. It's yours. Darius III, the king of Persia, he was so arrogant. He says, I have 3 million people that I can call upon to fight you. You come and attack me, there's nothing you can do. He's like, I'm all powerful. I'm the united front with all these 100-nation empire. They called the Persians a 100-nation empire. I know on the 300, they said the 1,000-nation empire. It's 100. He said, the 100-nation empire, there's nothing you can do. We're going to continue to attack your land and do what you want. And nothing you or your dad Philip can do. You can unite the Greeks all you want. You're still just a blink to us. And let's face it, what are 40,000 Greeks and 10,000 mercenaries, give or take a couple thousand. What are you going to do? At the Granicus, when he met him, the first battle, there were 2 million soldiers. And Alexander was riding his horse back and forth, and he says, men, today we make history. Today we cross and we defeat the enemy. And they had to have been like Greek hoplites and the phalanx, you know, with the long spears. And they had to have been like, okay, we've defeated the Thebans. We've defeated a few of these northern tribes. I don't know. This is an overwhelming force. You're talking about odds that go beyond anything. We're not talking about 10 times, that'd be 400,000. We're not talking about 20 times, that'd be 800,000. We're not talking about 40, that'd be 1.6 million. Right? You're literally talking about almost 60 times the size of his army. It was unbelievable, just on one side. So what do? You got 1 million here and 1 million there. Overwhelming odds at the Granicus. And what did Alexander do? He defeated them, utterly defeated them. Then he fought them again near the Tigris River. And then eventually at Arbela, he drove it in. And Darius's own people killed him and brought his body to Alexander while he was bathing in a golden bathtub that belonged to Darius. Darius was so arrogant, he sent him 3 things. He sent him a ball, 100 talents of gold, and a bathtub. As he approached the Granicus, when they set up camp, he gets these nice little gifts from the emperor of Persia. And of course, the messenger is reading it, and he tells Alexander, he says, here from the Great One, he gives you a bathtub to bathe in because you're a barbarian who's never taken a bath. And a ball to play with because you're just a child. I think at that time he was 20. He says, and here's some gold. It's probably more than you have in your treasury back in Greece. It's 100 talents of gold. Take it. I don't need it. And be gone with you. Or tomorrow or the day after, I'm going to destroy you utterly. I'm going to take you down because me and my buddies, me and my friends, all these 100 nations are aligned against you. And you know what Alexander did? He laughed. He laughed. And Anthony, I know if you're in the audience, I don't know if you're listening, but it was Parmenio. I know, Anthony, you've read about him. Clytus's dad. He tells Parmenio, he says, should I be afraid? And he says, I don't know. Were the 300 Spartans were they afraid? Of course, they had some fear, but they all laid their lives down and they died. And of course, we all know at Plataea, what happened? The Greeks drove the Persians out. That was the second invasion. That was under Xerxes. So, of course, everybody was like, hey, there's always that chance that we're just going to be completely and utterly annihilated. And nobody wants to be on the losing end and get tormented and destroyed. But you got to wonder how much doubt creeped into their minds. I mean, at Thermopylae, the 300 did get destroyed. And the Persians caused untold damage to Greece. It took decades for them to regroup and heal themselves. So that night, Alexander goes to his army and he says, tomorrow we become a part of history. Whether it's good or bad is up to you. If you believe in me, you believe in what we're doing here, and you believe that a small group can take on this humongous group. And he told him, he says, you don't want to fight. I get it. But this has to be done because this has to stop. They're not going to stop. They're going to keep invading, and they're going to keep invading, and they're going to keep coming. And they have already taken up all of Asia Minor, which is modern-day Turkey, where thousands and thousands of Greeks were enslaved by them. They've taken our Bactrian brothers and they've enslaved them. What do? Do we just continue to allow these violations? Or do we stand up and say, enough is enough of this crap? Yes, you outnumber us. You outnumber us. We get it. There's a lot of you, and there's not a lot of us. You know? You outnumber us almost 60-1. So every Greek there had to try to kill, or unalive, as they say, at least 40, 50 people to drive them from the field, right? Can you imagine that? That's like your job. Hey, you got to take out 40 people. Next guy, hey, you got to take out 40 people. And eventually it happened. They did it. But it wasn't over. They had to fight again and again. He only had about half of his men left by the time he was in the Indus Valley in India. When he faced Porus, his army was half Persian at that point. The core unit of Greeks was still there, the veterans, but half of them were gone. And over half of his auxiliary, the mercenaries, were gone. So I guess actually most of his army was Persian at that point. And he trained them to do what the Greeks did. And they fought, and they fought, and they fought. There was a guy that conquered Egypt. He conquered the Levant. He conquered the steppes. He conquered all Afghanistan. The only time it's ever really been conquered was him and Genghis Khan. And they conquered all that land, all the way to the Indus Valley. And then his men mutinied, and they were like, hey, we want to go home. We're tired. War weary. This has been going on for years. 11 years, in fact. Some of us have not seen our home over a decade. So he said, okay, fine. Let's go. He wanted to see what was beyond the next horizon and the next horizon and the next horizon. And when he defeated Porus, Porus became one of his friends and one of his generals. And then they defeated other tribes, the Indians from India. But then he said, enough is enough. My men are tired. They want to go home. They don't want to keep fighting. They don't want to know what's just beyond the next horizon. Eventually would have got to China and probably would have pushed all the way to the Pacific Ocean. Probably would have ended up in Japan. But we'll never know. So they go back. And when they get back to Babylon, literally the cradle of our existence, home of the Sumerian tablets. Very odd. He died. But his legacy lives on all throughout that region. And when the early Christian church took root, that's what happened. They just followed it all the way down. To this day, all the way. There were Christian villages that were set up that spoke Greek, that taught people Greek. who were already accustomed to the Hellenistic way of life because of his advancements, the sciences that he taught. Amazing person. Why they call him Alexander the Great. One of the few people that deserves that title. But they tell lies about him too, all the time. I hear lies and all kinds of fallacies about him, and it makes me angry. But they do that to everybody, don't they? There are people to this day, to this very day, up to this very second, that are jealous of him, or of Catherine the Great, or Peter the Great, or Frederick the Great. And they're like, those people, they don't deserve to be called the Great. I'm great too. But what are your achievements? Well, if I would have been born into the positions that they were, I would have done all that stuff too. I would have done all that. Sure you would have. And we would have all stood around and cheered and thrown roses at your feet. I'm sure you would have conquered everybody. I was in history class and I heard somebody say, what was so great about Julius Caesar? I don't even know what was this guy? Why is he important? I was like, well, he took a small number of men when you really look at the numbers, and he conquered 2 countries, Spain and France, and then some other smaller ones that were around there, which are smaller regions like Transalpine Gaul and whatever. And even he, when he was 30 years old, wept at the foot of a statue of Alexander and says, I am 30 and I have not accomplished jack. Whereas Alexander, by the time he was 19, was already on his way to beginning the conquest of the known world. So when I sit here and I'm looking at myself and I'm thinking, what have I done? Nothing. I host a podcast and I run some businesses. I've talked to a lot of people and I've touched a lot of people's lives, and I've changed a lot of people's lives in the directions that they were headed. But what I've done can't hold a candle to either one of those guys, or to even a modern day general like General Patton. You can't fathom what they have done and what they have accomplished and the respect that they deserve. But even that pales in comparison when it comes to what the heavenly hosts have accomplished, and what God our Father has accomplished is unbelievable. But there are people in this world who set themselves up like they are a god. They set themselves up like they are the authority on something, whatever that is. Hubris to the extreme, and never once looking at the people that came before them, and even being so arrogant as to criticize or chastise those people because they would have done it better. Just like the guy that sits there stuffing his face with wings and nachos and beer while he watches 2 guys slug it out in a boxing match or in a cage match on MMA. That guy's a bum. I would have done this. Or a quarterback. I would have thrown the ball this guy. Or I would have slammed the ball this way into the net. I would have struck that guy out. I would have hit a home run. You would have done this. You would have, should have, could have, because everybody says that. But you don't know what you're going to do until you get hit. And it's really easy to sit back and criticize people's decisions and say, well, he should have done this, should have done that. Maybe Darius should not have antagonized Alexander. That might have hardened his resolve, but I don't think anything was going to stop what was coming the next day. To me, it was like the will of God. It's very simple. All the shoulda, woulda, couldas don't mean nothing. So, there you go. And if you're interested in history, there's a lot to be learned. There's a lot to be learned. Go and read philosophy, read about ancient history, work your way up. There's a lot to be learned. I could name a bunch of Voltaire, Cervantes. There's all kinds of stuff to read. There's a bunch of stuff you could read. Just pick a book. I was watching something the other day and they were talking about Don Quixote. Something I haven't read in years. Good book. Insightful. Weird in some ways. You know, kind of fear and loathing-ish, but it is what it is. And Hunter Thompson, he's another one. Read the book about the Hells Angels. That's a good one. So until next time, folks, I thank you for tuning in. I thank you for the donations. Thank you for showing up. We will talk more. And I've been thinking and kicking the idea around about switching to a history channel. Maybe there's less drama with that, but probably not, because apparently every community has a bunch of drama. I was talking to a lady the other day who does a sewing, get this, sewing, knitting, and cross-stitching, whatever. In the community, they fight all the time. It's horrible. But anyway, I'll see you guys. Okay? We'll talk again tomorrow night. Got some stuff to talk about. The Count of Monte Cristo. Yes, Phil. That's another good one. It is, isn't it, Brianna? I think it's a good. Yeah, I do. I do believe that. I think it's good. Don Quixote is an amazing piece of literature. There's some books that are just like, they just stand out. They just being above, like War and Peace. I'd be lying if I told you I finished. I never did, and I couldn't. It was too big, and it's a shame because once you get toward the end, you're like, oh, there's supposedly some really. So I skipped around, and then because I just some amazing books. When I was in high school, I read The Red Badge of Courage, Old Yeller, and all these books. Where the Red Fern Grows. I read so many books. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Wasn't really into monsters that much, but I did. I just read. Read about Alexander the Great. Go get a book about him. Read it. You'll see why he was the one before anyone else did anything. Like he was the general of all generals. Hannibal was another one that was good. Not the Hannibal Barca from Carthage, not the fake serial killer guy, whatever he is, that dude. But Dante's Inferno, that's another one. Anyways, folks, thank you for listening. Thank you for tuning in. Praise Christ. Praise God. We end it with that. Not fake. My beliefs. You don't have to believe it if you don't want to. Good night.